car, but that didn't make it happen. Down through turn 1, this was last lap around, little bit wide by the Ranch 74 car, and that might have just been enough. It was just in a fine margins, Jeremy, that you're talking about. Incredible. That is so fast through there.
That was a tremendous pass there by Malte Jakobsen, the 18-year-old Danish. He is good.
How
just
many
a fine young
teenagers
man
in this
too.
race, by
He's
the way?
such a cool kid as well.
Yeah, he's smashing.
Really impressed. Look how he's pulled away all of a sudden.
He's
now.
gone. He's
Kai van Berlo.
Kai van Berlo is no slouch.
And has a lot of experience in these cars. Okay, so does Malte in Europe last year or so. But still to be pulling away so quickly from the what has been the dominant car in LMP3 last season. Didn't win here, but won just about everything else.
I'll reset that question to you, Declan Brennan, from Gradient Racing. How do you choose which manufacturer when none of them seem to be preeminent in terms of speed, reliability, potential for winning, or does it not matter?
Well, what's interesting about it, particularly with GTD on the Pro-Am side, is oftentimes it may be dictated by your gentleman driver who may have a passion for a particular brand. That tends to, so a guy will come to you and say, I want to race a Lamborghini, or interestingly enough, being in America, I would not be surprised, and based on the things we've heard, a lot of people are saying, I would like to race a Mustang.
Right.
In GT3.
Yeah.
I think,
which is 24, isn't it?
That will. And this is based on like bits that I've heard, and just it feels to me like that brand, particularly to the American customers, is a huge carrot. If you can mix my metaphors, that horse is a carrot.
That horse is eating a huge carrot. And the other side of it is, of course, we're going to get the Corvette as well, with a purpose-built GTD. That's again a little bit further away. That's going to be another brand that's iconic here in the US.
Yeah, and Ford versus Chevy it has always and will always mean a lot.
So why Acura for Gradient then? That, I suppose, is what I was getting to.
Number of reasons. Relationships at the time, there was we felt like it was a good opportunity to get involved with that brand, seeing as they were moving out of the Shank program, and we felt like we'd get good support, which we do get, and it allowed us to develop other
performance development.
Yeah, and it's allowed us to develop other strands to the business. Like we, as you probably know, we build the Civic Type R touring car, not the TCR car, obviously. That's JS in Italy. But we build the touring car, and we have
is that the SI?
It's a Civic. We get Civic Type R bodies in white from Swindon,
right? Not anymore.
Well, that's very true. Yeah. And we've been building on those cars. Have won championships now in SRO, and they're obviously ready for SRO competition all around the world. But we're seeing customers who want them for track day cars, and they're going to be available in other. So that's, we felt working with HPD.
Something stuck in me.
Working with HPD allowed us to tap into that and effectively build our business. So but everybody's decision on what GT3 platform is going to be different. Like it's a brilliant question, because ultimately I don't know the actual answer.
Right.
I only know anecdotally what people have been doing.
So how has the introduction of
GTD
Pro affected what is happening on your side of things? Everybody likes to race for the overall, but there's still a championship and there's still a podium for the GTD, which has to be a pro-am line.
But what's very interesting about that is, if you just look at the quality of GTD drivers, what you realise is that it's not diminished in any way by being the GTD being pro-am, because if you look, you're up against Verlander and Lally and
John Pepper, factory driver,
Mario Farnbacher. And the depth is there, so the challenge is no different. What's interesting is the bigger GTD field. Yes, you could argue it presents its own challenges, but ultimately, what it seems like, it's a real cliche, but the rising tide thing means that the whole category looks phenomenal now.
So committed to the Michelin Endurance Cup, which is theoretically would be the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen, and then Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Road Atlanta.
Yes.
Any plans for any little wild card entries into other races?
Well, we'd like to. We're like a lot of other people. We're constantly working as hard as we can to find partnerships and opportunities, because we want to do, for example,
Long Beach is
just
around the corner.
and it's also, having done it last year for the first time with the team, it's just a magnificent event that you want to have your team showcased at, you know, in front of huge crowds, you know, in a massive market for Acura.
Yeah.
So we're working on something. I don't know if that's going to, probably unlikely at this stage, but we're going to work hard.
Dex, thanks for coming over, and we wish you all the best, and say thanks to, when you get back over there, say thanks to Mark Miller for yesterday. He was an absolute star with us. Declan Brennan, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, my absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Hard-working team from the guys at Acura and Gradient Racing. Let's take an update from Shea Adam in the pit lane on Corvette number 3.
Nicky Katzberg's not having the easiest day out there. He's been left out on tires that picked up a lot of marbles during the yellow flag sessions, but then he made up for it by that great battle with Philip Eng, and we already spoke to Philip a bit earlier on. Well, I want to talk to Nicky, but he's refusing to get out of the car right now. He did have contact with someone. He reported he was hit in the right rear. The right rear of the car is fine, but there is a dive plane wedged into the passenger side door, and Nicky can hear it in the car.
Side by side for position. Mustang sampling going through. That was a super maneuver there. And the Mustang sampling number 5 car entered, of course, as JDC Miller Motorsports. Richard Westbrook goes by Tristan Nunez and into second position just before the 8-hour mark. That's the next time, Jeremy, that we're going to be big lock up from the 31. Tristan Nunez, Wheeling Engineering Cadillac, lost the back end of that car and was very, very lucky. No, let's put that another way. He was very, very impressive to hold on to that. There's an element of luck, but a huge slice of skill involved in there. It looked like the back end was completely locked up on that Wheeling Cadillac as he was coming down through the back of the circuit, through the Jean de Bien bends and down towards the Le Mans right-hander onto the back straight, to the Alec Ullman straight. And that, well, these drivers are pretty amped up all of the time, but that would really have caught Tristan Nunez's attention. Neil Jani dives into the pit lane in the number 02 Cadillac, and we'll just keep an eye on what's going on there. Let's see if Jani has, Tristan Nunez rather, has any further problems in that red and white car.
From the 8-hour mark in the race, which is the next time that Michelin Endurance Cup points will be awarded. The question is really, I think the number 5 and the 31 can get where we just did number 02 car in the pits. Can the number 10 car get there as well? It'll be a real stretch on fuel if he does.
Jeremy Shaw there with me, John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you very much indeed. Good to have your company. And we come to the end of this hour. Hello to Frank Plasmans. Nice to know you're tuned in from the Netherlands. Lots of interest from that area of the world. And in the Scandinavian territories as well. Let's give you a quick VP Racing Fuel in-race update as we're about to go to the 8-hour mark. Will Stevens, Connington Minolta Acura leads by 0.4 of a second over Richard Westbrook. We've got a battle for the lead there. 2.3 seconds further back is Ollie Jarvis. 10, 5 and 6. Acura, Cadillac and Acura. Tristan Nunez maybe battling a car.
Out.
Yeah, they've all stayed out as they go through. Earl Bamber in the 02 has taken over that Cadillac as he comes back into the fray. And LMP2 just out of the pit lane. Scott Huffaker for PR1 Matheson as his teammate Jonathan Bomarito comes in. Kyle Tilley for Era Motorsport is in third. LMP3, Malte Jacobsen, Sean Queech Motorsport, the number 33 after a stunning overtaking manoeuvre to take the lead from Kai van Berlo, Riley Motorsports, the blue and orange number 74, and Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing in the yellow and black number 30. GTD Pro Corvette from BMW, from Lamborghini. It's the number 3 bright yellow Corvette from the 24 Nick Yellowly driven BMW M Team RLL, and TR3 Racing is the bright green Lamborghini with Andrea Caldarelli, the 63. And in GTD, Jordan Pepper for Inception Racing. McLaren still leading its class in the dark grey with the red highlights. Then Tony Vielander for AF Courses Ferrari, the number 21 car, and Allegra Motorsports in the mainly silver Mercedes AMG GT3, the number 28. That's your VP Fuels, the VP Racing Fuels update at 8 hours. Wow, what a last third of the race we've got to go. Those are the teams that are making power as we head into the last 4 hours, and the next racing hour starts right now. Definitely a little lock up there as we go into the last 4 hours from at number 31. That was a great recovery from the driver of that 31. Who did we put in that car? That was Tristan Nunes, wasn't it? And he stayed out, Jeremy. They've all stayed out to the 8 hour mark.
Indeed so. They should be coming across the line any moment now. Will Stevens, if he stays out, which he does, and he will take the maximum points for this point of the race. Number 60 car is in the pits, but is not going to get those third place points, I don't believe, in Michelin Endurance Cup. I think it would be the number 31 car that gets that third place points, with the number 60 car ducking into pit lane. Last
lap after the 4 hour mark, Jeremy.
Indeed.
So you're spot on there. 24 lap stint for Will Stevens in the Konica Minolta Acura this time around. Now the first 3 were under yellow, but that's still pretty good going.
A great fuel stint stave there for Will Stevens. Good pace as well.
Clever.
Yeah, and he's managed that right from the beginning, I think, to make sure that he had enough fuel to get there. He'll be in next time around, I am sure. But it's interesting that he's able to keep going that one more lap, and Oliver Jarvis, number 60 car, is not. But
the other
Acura,
Acura, yes.
Yeah.
But then again, as we've said before, you can't be told with 10 laps to go, save your tyres or save your fuel. You've got to know that as you roll out the pit lane, what you're aiming for. Through to turn 16. Here's the battle for the lead. Are we going to get a pass for the lead before one or either of them pull into the pit lane there? Richard Westbrook's coming to complete his 21st lap, 25 laps when Will Stevenson crosses the line. They're down towards crosses the line down towards turn 17. Richard Westbrook with target acquired. He'll be loving this. Westy loves a challenge, and he will take the lead because the Acura pulls to the right and into the pit lane as they go through to complete lap 224 with just under 8 hours to go. So Jeremy, you were spot on. That was brilliant tactics and driving by, well, it's Wayne Taylor. Do I really need to say any more? But the plan was executed to perfection by Will Stevens.
It was absolutely perfectly there. Really, really nice job. He gets the maximum points for the 8 hour mark in this race. And coming into this weekend, the number 10 car was in second place, 2 points behind the number 60. So they will gain 3 points on the number 60 on this at the 8 hour mark in the race. So I think that'll move them into the lead. When the official results come out, there's no point in. They should be out in a few minutes' time.
Yes.
But I think that's going to be enough to move them into the lead. Number 31 car will get, I think, third place points, so they won't make any more progress. But I think number 10 car will probably lead the standings going into before the end of the race, where the points are awarded next.
And at the end of the race, we'll have Michelin post-race tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Some reaction from the drivers as well as they're heading towards or hanging around the podium. Once we've heard from the winners in our main race show for you in sound and vision. So under 4 hours to go now. The weather has played its part here. Haven't had full sunshine all the time. Bit of overcast earlier on. Sun's been back and forth, but it's been pleasant for the last couple of 3 hours. Still 1 or 2 bits and pieces of cloud, but nothing too threatening here at the Sebring International Raceway. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh at the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane as Shea takes a well-deserved break from the action. And in the pit lane, Richard Westbrook for JDC Miller Motorsports with his Cadillac on lap 2:25 completed. The door is open, but I didn't see if Westy got out. I'll tell you in a second when I get a decent look. Wheels going on. No hurry here, of course, because the fuel is the determining factor of when the car is going to go. So you can take your time and make sure it's right. Perfectly done. And heading down towards the end of the pit lane as that grey car goes out and Richard Westbrook has stayed in the car. Kamui Kobayashi, by the way, behind the wheel of the Allied Cadillac, was scored in second last time around. Let's see what the actual gap is. It's 12 seconds, so it'll be a little less than that because he's up to speed. Mike Conway through as well. It's all tightening back up again at the front of the field. In LMP2, Scott Huffaker for PR1 Matheson Motorsport in a PR1 1 and 2. The 52 Paul Sitting car from the number 11, Jonathan Bomarino in second. 30 seconds between them. Kyle Tilley a little bit further back. What, another 20 seconds further back for the blue Era Motorsport car. LMP3, Matthew Jacobsen, Sean Creech Motorsport. Now 8.5 seconds after that brilliant pass. Garrett Grist in second for Junior 3 Racing. Riley Motorsports in third for Kai van Berlo. Lost the lead and dropped down to third position. Nicky Katzberg, Corvette Racing. Number 3 leads Nick Yellerly by 2.5 seconds. And then it's another 10 seconds back to Andrea Caldarelli for Lamborghini and TR3 Racing, the number 63 car. In GTD, Jordan Pepper for Inception Racing. Seems to have been out there a long time. He's doing a nice job. Oh my goodness. This is a huge, huge thing at the front of the field. Will Stevens, after doing it all absolutely right, as he left the pit lane, he missed the RFID reader for the Michelin tyres. You've got to drive through the area. There's big signs, blue and yellow signs. That's going to be a drive-through. That is extraordinary. How did he manage that? It's right in front of him. Now, that is a really weird thing to do. Let me finish the GTD rundown. Jordan Pepper, Tony Verlander for AF Courses, right on his tailpipes, and 4 seconds further back, Michael De Quesada for Allegra is the next car back. So, out of the pit lane, nice burnout. He's heading towards the exit, and he just went to the right for no apparent reason.
Went through the penalty box.
He's gone through the penalty box. He knew it straight away. He knew it straight away. He glanced across to his left and tried to jink, so he knows he's done that. That's going to be a drive-through. Wow.
Gosh.
Wow, what a weird race this has been. The Acura goes out the pits for Wayne Taylor Racing. That one does go through the signed gap. And that is extraordinary. Porsche keys to the race, no mistakes or penalties. Well, that's the first time we've seen that one, Jeremy. I keep saying that they're finding ways to penalise themselves, missing the RFID reader, going out of the pit lane. Oh. So, Jeremy, how's it all going now? Third of the race to go. Plenty of action still to come, I feel here.
Absolutely wide open. No question about it. There's nothing to choose between these 6 prototype cars. They're all lapping very similar lap times, all within a few tenths of each other. Literally very, very close indeed. Anybody can win this race. It's going to come down to who makes the least mistakes, and that is a bad mistake there for Will Stevens to make. Very strange. I mean, he was obviously, he must have been kind of looking down at the dash or something and not concentrating. He'd done everything right to get out of the pit box. Maybe he was resetting something on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
And by the time when he looked up, he had a choice of going either left or right, and he chose right. If he'd have gone left, he'd have gone through the RFID leader. reader. Unfortunately, he went into the penalty box. The good news is he doesn't have to come into the penalty box again. He just had to serve that drive-through. Has now been done, but he's now at the back of the pack, I think, in DPI.
Well, that is amazing. Kamui Kobayashi leads then the Toyota Gazoo Racing team manager. Hello to Duncan Vincent up in Scotland. Thanks for your support. Been preparing a birthday party for his 14-year-old. Duncan, a guy cannot be 14. Making me feel old. Don't know how that makes you feel, sir. And congratulations on the recent news that you are going to be filling some very big shoes, literally, with Fred Clark stepping away from British Superbike commentary, and Duncan Vincent will be taking over BSB Radio in the UK. Spin for the number 93 Acura at turn 3. That's been one of the action areas, hasn't it? That's one of the GTD Pro cars, the red and white machine.
Ashton Harrison needs to get that car going again in order not to lose a lap.
Has
turn
done.
3, isn't it? I think she's still on the lead lap. She was 47 seconds behind the leader in GTD Pro. Probably cost her 10 or so seconds there. So she's still, got plenty of time in hand.
That is the number 3 Corvette, isn't it? That is the leader there. So she's going down to turn 10 at the moment, and the Corvette is just coming into turn 17. So yeah, comfortably still on the lead lap. In GTD, we've got a new class leader as well. That is the Tony Vielander driven AF Corsa. Jordan Pepper in second and Michael Di Casada in third position. So AF Corsa cycling to the head of GTD, and I think that's the first time that car, the 21 car, has led that category. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who's at PR1 Matheson Motorsport, first and second in LMP2.
I've got Josh Pearson, who's down to drive the number 11. Josh, yesterday you won your first World Endurance Championship round. You haven't even had a chance to celebrate. You're straight back at work the next day.
Yeah, I think the win yesterday was great, but we've really had to switch focus here for IMSA now. So celebrations can come later. We got a race to win first.
And is that exactly what you've done? Is it you've just switched that off? Yesterday you were running with United Autosports. You won the round. Here you are racing against United Autosport today. You're a completely different mindset, is it?
Yeah, you definitely got to switch your mindset. But I think overall, it's in the rearview mirror. But we're still going to come back to it, and celebrate it. But we got to focus on this first and see what we can do here.
Well, you're in contention here, Josh. Give us a bit of an idea. We're into the final third of this event. So, where do you see it going?
Yeah, it's hard to say right now, but we got a strategy and we're going to stick to it.
That's a very conservative. That's a very conservative answer. Josh, I'll leave you to it. I know you're preparing. You've got your wrist straps on, and you got. So you're in the car very shortly. Yeah, he gives me the thumbs up. So Josh Pearson getting ready to take over that number 11.
Ashton Harrison, Henry had help there from the Wright Motorsports number 16 Porsche. That will be they'll be having a look at that. And yeah, indeed, that is under review. That was Jan Halen in that car, trying a little bit of a fight back after that differential problem that put that car behind the wall earlier on. Yeah. Still a little happy smiley face on the front of the number 93 Racers Edge Motorsport NSX GT3. But
I don't think there'd be a happy smiley face behind the cockpit, though.
No, I do not. Ashley was doing absolutely nothing wrong there, and that was not a battle for position. Jan Halen many laps down. Yes, of course, he wants to get the car as far up the field as possible, but that was the very definition of a low percentage lunge. Kamui Kobayashi leads the motor race. 3 3/4 hours to go. Coming round to 6:30, 25 minutes past 6 here. So the shadows are beginning to lengthen. We're about an hour away from official sunset, maybe a little bit more. But it is starting to now, the sun will be shining in the eyes. You can see the shadows right behind the cars lengthening out, and that means the sun will be playing its part down into turn 17.
Absolutely head on, was it?
Oh.
Dead square behind.
Yeah.
Really tricky conditions right now. Heading into 17, also heading into turn 7, the hairpin as well. The sun right in your eyes there. It's a little bit better in 17. Well, scratch that. It's really difficult.
Rob Furriel was saying yesterday when he was in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with us, it's not always when the sun's right in your eyes, it's when it's across the windscreen. If you've got any scratches or dents or anything like that. Oh, there's just been a spin by the 31, Mike Conway. That car getting a little frisky on him, coming out of the carousel by the Palm Colonnades. And spun across to the driver's left-hand side of the track. He's got it back under control. Yeah, Rob Furriel was saying, you know, if you've got any nicks or defects in the windscreen, or they haven't put the tear-offs on, absolutely right. Sun coming at an angle on that when it's low. It's the height of the sun as much as the direction. But when it's across there, sometimes it's just completely opaque. And that's as bad as if you're driving straight into it. So all of these things have to be done correctly. There'll be several, possibly seven, of the clear plastic tear-offs applied to the windscreen. And these windscreens are not flat, they are curved. And there's a real skill of getting those layered on with the little tabs so that the mechanics can pull them off one at a time to keep the windscreen clean.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That spin for Mike Conway, by the way, cost him exactly 10 seconds.
Wow, really?
Yeah, not as bad as the 40-odd seconds that was cost by the extra drive-through penalty for car number 10. But still, time you don't want to be giving away at any stage in the race, particularly once you're in the final 4 hours. Meanwhile, out front, Kamui Kobayashi just doing a stellar job at the wheel of that number 48 Ally Cadillac. He's the lead over second place is coming down a little bit because Earl Bamber in the 02 Cadillac is now less than 8 seconds behind. Not so long ago it was 12 seconds between them, and he's sort of dragging Richard Westbrook with him as well. There's a gap of about 10 seconds back to Ollie Jarvis in the Daytona winning Meyer Shank racing with Kurt Agajanian Acura. Meanwhile,
by the way, that was a penalty for the right Porsche.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been served already. No point in trying to argue that one, I think. And that was what can only be called luggage that has been opened and indeed shut. 62 Ricci Competizione Ferrari, after those problems early on where they lost the better part, 7 or 8 laps, it's been charging along. Daniel Serra, here a big spin out on the circuit, it's on the far side, and it is again, it's been an awful race for the Aston Martins.
No, it's running in 4th place.
Yes,
for the
Aston Martins, and the 44 car has gone up to, the Magnus Racing car's gone up to 4th place, and there's damage to the right front. It spun off at turn 15, I think, or 16. Yeah,
he was having a big battle, had been doing for quite a long time, with Stephen McAleer in the Mercedes for Gilbert Courthoff Motorsports. That's car number 32. Don't know whether they got together, but they for quite a few laps they've been battling away nose to tail.
Well, there was all sorts of things going on there. There is damage on the front, and that is a real problem for that car. I think they might have to come in and get that piece of damaged bodywork pulled off. It's a bit of a change. Might get the meatball flag for that. Going around turn 1 now. Car 70 taking a penalty. Too many people over the wall. My goodness,
that car was
Inception
second
Racing, yes.
It was second before that latest pit stop, where Jordan Pepper handed over to Brendan Reed, who's back at the wheel of that number 70 McLaren at the moment.
Let's go down to Reha Letterman Lanigan as the Kamui Kobayashi leading car is in the pit lane. We'll just see that go out. He's dropped down to 3rd already. Obama leads for the 02. He's gone through. JDC Miller in second with Richard Westbrook, and Kamui Kobayashi is rolling again. Rahal Letterman Lanigan, it is a BMW M Team RLL, recognising 50 years of the M brand for BMW. Director of Racing Operations is Piers Phillips.
Piers, last time we spoke at Daytona, your head was in your hands and we were scratching it, trying to find out what was wrong with these diffusers. That seems to have gone away, and you were right in contention there, car in the lead in parts of this race.
No, absolutely. I think it's so far for us as a team, it's been a good race. Obviously, he had one car had some issues earlier on, which has dropped it out of contention, but it's back and running again, and both cars are really competitively on the pace. The drivers are happy, so we've got that car at the front, and we're in with a chance, so we're fighting hard.
And what happened with the 25, because that was in contention, and we heard power steering?
It had a power steering issue, yes, so we don't know what it was yet, because we obviously, haven't had a chance to strip the parts, but needed a steering rack change, which we did back, which obviously cost us a load of time, but, new car development years, we've talked about at Daytona, but we're fighting again, and, as you can see, the usual contenders are right at the front, and everyone's punching hard.
Now, we've heard that you are going down to one car for the rest of the IMSA season, and that's so you can focus one half of the team, I would imagine, on the LMDH program. What can you tell us about that?
No, well, absolutely. I mean, our job with the M4 is really a development year for us, and us to help our customers, that whether it's Miller or Turner or whoever. But yes, we go down to one car, unfortunately, after this event. But that half of the team is off into LMDH land, GTP land, and building the first test car. So we're obviously very excited about that and the future that lies ahead.
Is it Dallara that you are partnering with for that chassis?
Yes, BMW, Dallara, and obviously RLL is the race team, so our guys get to go to Italy and drink some wine, eat some pasta, and build some beautiful race cars.
You must be, knowing you as I do, you must be really looking forward to getting to the Premier class.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of people in the team who've been there before in various different programs, and we've all got our eyes open. We've all been there, and we know that this isn't going to be it's not going to be a race series. You're going to go to war every weekend. When you look at the size of the teams and the manufacturers, and I tell people about the gravity of the effort that the guys in Munich are putting in, the guys in Verano are putting in, and the guys here, and the guys and girls here at RLL. So it's who doesn't want to be there? Who doesn't want to be at the front? Fighting with the world's best for top honours.
Piers, you've been around a long time, involved in manufacturer involvement in motorsport for many, many years. Have you ever seen such a collaboration between the OEMs to achieve kind of a common value?
Well, first of all, are you saying I'm old?
We're both old, mate. We've been around a lot.
No, absolutely right. I mean, you look at the spine of a new GTP car and all the different people that are involved and all the different companies, and the world's changed a lot, over the past few years, and it's a very sort of encouraging, it's a very enlightening place to be, and seeing all these different companies, different manufacturers, different nationalities working together. It's a really great place to be.
How long do you think before we start putting our competitive heads on and like start to compete against one another, and that cooperation starts to evolve? Once we get this thing on the road, I'm sure BMW wants to beat everybody else.
It's started already.
Has it really?
Oh yeah.
So there's collaboration, but
oh yes, the competition and the ferocity of and the importance of the programs. It's started already.
I can't wait. Thanks, mate.
You can see everybody snarling at each other as they walk up and down the pit lane. But no, it's something that I think it's going to take sports car racing into a new era globally. So it's going to be awesome.
Hopefully we're not too old not to be there as well. It's only next year, isn't it?
No, we'll be there. We're going to be here for a long time.
Great stuff. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Joe.
President of Racing Operations for Rahal Letterman Lanigan, Piers Phillips, talking to Joe Bradley. And of course the collaboration that Joe was talking about there was General Motors also having Dallara build their LMDH DH. So that is going to be basically the same car. Jeremy.
And at that same time, here comes that number 24 BMW onto pit lane from the lead in GTD Pro with the number 3 car, the Corvette that was leading, having come in the previous lap. Also in the previous lap was number 63 Lamborghini, the number 9 FAF Porsche, the number 79 Porsche for WeatherTech, and the number 93 Acura for Racer's Edge.
Yeah,
So this
looks
is
like
this,
full.
the 14 car is that's in the pits as well. So that's the last of the leaders to pit in GT Pro.
So Nick Yellowleet has got out of that car. Joe Bradley is still down there at BMW M Team RLL, so he may be able to tell us who got in that car. In fact, he's already moved down to Corvette, I'll tell you. Corvette's coming down to the final corner, so he'll peel in a moment. About an hour to sunset. So in fact, the Corvette's already pitted, excuse me.
Yeah, that was in the previous lap.
Yeah, so waiting for that car to come through. This is going to be tight, actually. There's the Corvette going through and takes the position, goes through and back into the lead of GTD Pro as Joe Bradley can pass that on to Nicky Katzberg.
Nicky, standing from where I usually stand, I didn't expect the Corvette to be in contention for the lead for as long as it has been.
No, to be honest, at the start of the weekend, we also thought it was going to be quite difficult. Fortunately, we had a bit of a BOP break, which brought us right back into contention, and it's definitely not easy. We're struggling to kind of do the pace that we're doing, as you might see on my red face. But it's been good fun out there, and it's very nice to be able again to fight for the podium, unlike Daytona. So very good to be back.
We're almost at that golden hour, or golden 2 hours at the Sebring 12 hours, where the sun's going down, the track's cooling off, and the cars begin to come into their own. Everybody's been focusing on the final 2 hours of the race. Is it the same at Corvette?
Yeah, it's definitely the same. I mean, you just have to stay in the mix. You cannot take too much risk, and you have to make sure that you're there for the last 2 hours. We will have Jordan and Antonio in the car, which are the right guys for the job, so cannot wait actually to sit and relax and see them win this race, hopefully.
I hope so. I hope so too. Big Corvette fan. So your day is done. You can get out of these wet overalls.
Yeah, I think I did 3.5 hours in a row now, so I'm kind of done.
Yeah, you deserve to be out of these overalls. I'm going to not stop you, Nicky Katzberg. Who would have thought it, John, at the beginning of the week that Corvette would be in contention?
Well,
I know we didn't, did we?
Well, that mid-event BOP change certainly did make a difference. It's put them back in contention. Everybody's working hard here. All of the drivers that you and Shea have talked to, both yesterday and today, sound like they've had a workout. 3.5 hours there for Nicky Katzberg. That is a yeoman's work for him. And now the 2 full season drivers have been left to take that car to the end of the race. It's dropped John Taylor, still leading, of course, by about 5 seconds for Marco Wittmann, and another 8 seconds further back, the TR3. So it's BMW, Lamborghini, Lexus, Mercedes, Porsche in the top 6 of GTD Pro. And, you know, I wasn't certain whether GTD Pro would work. We had, 13 cars at the Rolex 24, and the vast majority of them have come back. We're not going to have them for the whole year, that's fine, but this is the manufacturers finding their feet with this new category at the top of GTD racing, and their factory drivers finding their feet as well. IMSA adopting GT3 and really running with it, and you've only got to look at the GT lineup in this field with what have we had in terms of the numbers. We started with 11 GTD Pros and 17 GTM, so just under 30 cars. I think you've got to say, Jeremy, that that has been a success. Hello to Ken Marth, who's got a great setup. Not sure where you are in the world, Ken, but that's a lovely setup to see. And tuned in, watching and listening via the world feed. at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. And don't forget, if you want to send a question or a comment for Michelin Post-Race Tech, it's at IMSA Radio and use hashtag Michelin PRT. 3.5 hours to go. 3.5 hectic hours. You've got to think so, haven't you? 20 minutes before 7 o'clock, wherever you are in the world, all round the circuit. Sirius XM 206. Highlands best country given over to this race today. WWOJ 99.1 FM and News Talk 730 and their new FM frequency on 95.3. Thanks to the Highlands Radio Group for again syndicating our live feed in this part of the world. Still plenty of people trackside as well. So the BMW dives down the inside of one of the LMP3s. That's the number 40 car. So Sean Creech Motorsport follows him through the number 33. That was Need for Malte Jacobsen.
Yeah, the class leader in LMP3.
Those LMP3 cars they look a lot of fun, Jeremy. Yes, they're a downforce car, but quite clearly you can throw those cars around. They do slide quite a lot, which surprised me when I first saw them racing. Corvette leading, Jordan Taylor from Marco Wittmann now. That's a 6-second gap, and the similar size gap back to Marco Mappelli in the 63, the green TR Racing car. And Marco's just put his best first sector. That's basically nailing turn 1. 11.5 seconds. Not a soul has moved. And why would you, with 3.5 hours of some of the best endurance racing on one of the most historic circuits that you'll see anywhere in the world? Been a fabulous festival of endurance racing this week with Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands, with the Michelin Pilot Challenge on Thursday. What a race that was in the end. Effectively a green-white checker for the Alan J Automotive Networks 120. Local automotive group, being big supporter of racing here at Sebring down through the years, and delighted to have them back on the bill for us this year. And then, of course, the FIA World Endurance Championship opener for their 10th season yesterday, before the headline event, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advance Auto Parts.
Have a guess who's leading in GTD?
I just said that and I forgot.
Oh, did you?
Yes, and I've
Sorry,
it's immediately gone out of my mind.
Bill Oberlin.
Bill Oberlin.
Yeah.
No, I hadn't said that. No, I hadn't. So awesome, Bill Oberlin, Bill Power. It was the Ferrari the last time that I looked at that, the 21 car.
Yeah.
So this is the 500th race start for BMW. He's in the Liquid Moly Turner Motorsport BMW M3 GTE. Well, 499 yesterday, 500 today. What a milestone for surely one of America's greatest sports car and endurance drivers in terms of what he's driven and how long he's been with the same manufacturer. Remember him back in the BMW V12 LMR days, the prototypes, that big flip at what is now Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Joe Bradley, who interviewed him yesterday on his 499th start, was the first person to speak to him when he came back to the paddock at Road Atlanta after that airborne moment. And amazingly, Bill was lucid and able to describe in great detail what happened to him there. I'll never forget that. Delighted to say that once again joining us from the NTE Sport Lamborghini.
Well, no, actually.
Well, yes, that's where it should be.
Good news and bad news.
Yes. Jaden Conwright, the Diversity Scholarship winner for IMSA, should be in the NTE Sport Lambo. What happened, Jaden?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to see you both here. Unfortunately, maybe not under these circumstances, but yeah, I mean, we were just running our race, kind of just being quick, consistent, getting Don his drive time, getting it through. And unfortunately, we had a contact with, I believe, one of the McLarens, and unfortunately, our clutch got damaged during that, and it's unrepairable, so we had to retire.
It didn't look that big a hit. It was at turn 17, but it was hit square. The car was hit square from behind. It wasn't you that was in the car, was it?
No, actually was resting, getting ready for my stint because I was supposed to double after, and I just woke up because I heard the car rolling back. I was in the office trying to stay cool and keep myself rested for the stint. But yeah, I think it was less of the actual contact that did the damage. It was just that going into 17, it's so bumpy, and just the way the car went in as it started sliding, got sideways, probably just bounced, hit some of the bumps, and some kind of shock went through the drivetrain, and unfortunately the clutch went there, and you could hear it on the video. It's just spinning, and he limped it back to the pits. So
he did well, good job to get it into the pits, no doubt about that. It instantly looked like it was a driveline issue. Not the way you would have wanted to be down here, but your first two headline IMSA races, 36 hours of racing. Obviously you haven't done it all in Florida. Rolex 24 and now a bit of Sebring as well. What do you reckon to 2022, and how have you felt about the season and about your own performance in that NTE Lamborghini?
I mean, it's been Daytona in itself was a big learning curve because we pretty much got the car essentially like a week before Daytona, so we haven't had any time to do any testing with it, but I think we made great strides throughout this weekend. Pace was slowly getting there, and especially, I mean, I only got my one stint, but it just felt like I started kind of getting a grasp of what you need to get this Lamborghini to make the lap time. So I think that performance-wise, we're still learning as a team. We shouldn't put too much pressure on ourselves because, I mean, it's the first full year for NTE, even without me trying to do a full season in IMSA. So just take everything, look at all the positives, just keep progressing each round, and hopefully build up the program so by the end we know what we have.
Great opportunity, great learning, as you rightly say. Night practice, Thursday night, how cool was that?
Night practice was something special. I was still getting my feet down kind of because, I mean, I had only been to Sebring the one other time in the Pilot Challenge race in 2020, so I was still kind of getting a grasp of where I should put my car, especially in turn 17 in the GT3 car with all the arrows. So I was still kind of getting a feel for the line, and then taking away a good chunk of my visibility and still trying to figure stuff out made it really exciting. But I mean, so far it's amazing the last two races in Florida, and the crowd here at Sebring's been amazing. It's like
it's like a rock festival, isn't it? It's that kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's definitely a rock festival vibe. I mean, I was going around the track walk on Wednesday, and some of the stuff that you see that they've built out there just to watch the race is amazing. So it's like you head out on an outlap, and it's like rows and rows of RVs and trailers and just fans lining the fence all the way around the entire track. So it's an amazing environment here. I've been enjoying it a lot.
Have you headed over to Green Park to have a look around over there?
I haven't. I wanted to head over last night during the end of the WEC race, but unfortunately the weather kind of caught us out. So I was looking forward to heading over there at night, seeing some of the end of the WEC cars in the dark. It's always fun. Wanted to head down to 7, see some glowing brakes, some fire out the exhaust, but I mean, unfortunately the weather caught us out there.
And Tristan Nunez's concert too. I don't even know whether he did it in the
I don't think they did. I don't think they did. So when do we next see you in the IMSA paddock and on the IMSA tracks?
Ideally, hopefully by Long Beach we'll put something together. So working on that with the team, seeing what's possible. But ideally we want to be doing the full championship this year, and I hope to definitely hope to be at Long Beach as one of my home races. So I haven't raced back in California in a long time, so I really be looking forward to racing.
That'd be a heck of a thing in terms of 3 very different tracks. High Banks of Daytona for 24. The bumps of Sebring for 12. All right, I accept you're not getting to the end of that. and then a street race for 100 minutes at Long Beach. That's variety for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely being baptism by fire. So we're slowly learning the car, but every time you learn something new, you go to such a different circuit that you're almost starting from zero again. But I mean, I welcome the challenge. If you could persevere through such a diverse kind of track scenarios and just different situations, that just helps you build yourself as a driver, and that just one more thing to keep in your pocket for wherever you race.
Well, it's great that you came over to see us, and sorry that you have been able to talk to us. It would have been much better if we'd been talking to you out on the track, but I'm glad you've taken something positive from your IMSA experience here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Let's hope we're talking about you and not to you when you get to Long Beach. Good luck for the rest of the season, Jin.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Always good to have you here. Jin Conwright with us again. And, well, building experience all the time here. Into the pit lane for the leader, Earl Bamber, Cadillac Racing. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. And He comes in, looks like he's not moving, but he's getting a set of tyres for his next part of the stint. No thought of it. Maybe a little bit close to the wall there. Jeremy.
Yeah, great stint there by Earl Bamber. Yeah, a couple of laps ago, he turned a lap that was within hundredths of a second of that car's best lap of the race, which was set by Neil Jarney a little while ago. A really, really good first stint. He extended his lead from, well, it was about 4 seconds at one stage when the number... after the number 48 car came into pit, so when he took the lead, the gap was about 6 seconds to number 5. It's now 14 seconds to number 5 car before he ducked into the pit lane just now.
Just had a question about a couple of cars, the number 27 and the 6 of Milner Motorsports. 6 of Milner Motorsports was in the wall a very long time ago, and I don't think we've seen that car back out again, have we, the decade? And that was Harry Gotzecker, who went into the wall at turn 17.
Yeah, it's been retired, I think.
74 car behind the wall and into the pits. I'll get back to that question in a moment. This is Kai van Berlo. He was right at the sharp end of LMP3, and he's behind the wall, going back to their awning area.
That car was only in the pit 6 or 7 laps ago. That does not look good, as you say, right back to the garage area. He'd lost the lead, but he was holding on in 3rd position, but clearly a major problem for that 74 Hunting Ranch entry. And that's, they won just about everything last season.
Side-by-side contact with the number 6.
Number 9.
Number 9, excuse me.
Yeah.
So not the number 6, the number 9. That was the contact. And there's damage to the rear of the car. In fact, there's
radiator damage, is there?
Water coming out of that car. So that was the side-by-side contact. So that was... side-by-side contact with the Pfaff Motorsports driveway Porsche, which is sitting in 6th position. Mathieu Jaminet got sideswiped. That'll be looked at, I think, there. So, sorry, whoever was asking that, you're looking at the number upside down. It wasn't the Milner Motorsport car that had a problem earlier on. It was the number 9 Pfaff Porsche. So that's what's happened there. And the aggressor has gone behind the wall, I would think, when that car comes in. Meantime, the Riley Motorsports 74 Ranch Resort car also behind the wall. Pit stops at the sharp end of the field. Lloyd Duval back out in the JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. Ollie Jarvis goes out in the 60 Acura for Shank. And Mike Conway has changed. He's now Pipo Durrani. And Pipo's just come out in the number 31 Whelen Engineering. Those are the top, or were the top 3 cars when they came into the pit lane.
And I think they came in just a little bit earlier than they would have originally anticipated. Perhaps in anticipation there might have been a full course caution. They'd seen the number 02 car was in the previous lap. And with that debris and fluid out on the racetrack, maybe they thought it was going to be a full course caution. In case there was, bring it on to pit lane.
22 laps for Earl Bamber in the 02 Cadillac. It was 20 laps for Mike Conway, 21 laps for Mershank Racing's Acura and Ollie Jarvis. But Richard Westbrook, you're right, only 19 laps when he came into the pit lane. But they're very much of a muchness on the actual pit lane strategy at the moment, with Ollie Jarvis in 2nd place, 7.2 seconds behind. New fastest lap for Guido van der Garde, and that's the quickest LMP2 lap as he's trying to chase down a podium position for Racing Team Netherlands. 148.311 from Guido van der Garde for Racing Team Netherlands.
And that is a new lap record for LMP2.
Oh, wow.
The record did stand to Scott Huffaker last year for PR1 Matheson Motorsports at 148.474. 148.311 then for the Dutchman Guido van der Garde. Wow.
Still pacing the track and in the cars then, Jeremy. I mean, you talked about the happy hour. Temperatures are dropping a little bit.
Yeah.
Track temp down to 23 degrees Celsius. Air temp still a bit toasty, 31. That's in there. 90s Fahrenheit. But it's certainly a lot nicer than it was for the Michelin tyres earlier on. Porsche keys to the race. Get to the darkness hours with a decent car. Be fast. Make sure you've got some tyres left. Manage the traffic and no mistakes or penalties. Very few cars can say they've been penalty free this time.
The 19th lead change then with that just one lap in the lead for number 5 car of Richard Westbrook before handing over that car to Loic Duval. And the number 48 Cadillac now resumes its position at the front of the field before it was before its last stop, which is quite a bit out of sequence with the other contenders in the DPI class, primarily because they were trying to get some points. They stopped early, relatively early after the full course caution, thinking that the other guys in front of them might have to stop, in which case they would perhaps vault to the front and get maximum points in that number 48 car. Didn't quite happen, but the car is back in the lead now, and Kobayashi has been doing some really good laps. And the gap, but having said that, the gap from the number 48 to the number 02, which is the same positions those two were in before the number 48 initiated that round of pit stops. It was about 10 seconds between them then. It's now only less than 4 between the number 48 and the number 02.
Quick, again, people joining us all the time, just over 3 hours to go. Cars that have had problems today, the Ligier, Jared Andretti and Andretti Autosports, problems with the engine when they're trying to fire it up on the pre-grid, and that car only did 1 lap before it went behind the wall. We've not seen it again. Accident damage for the 81 Dragon Speed car, Juan Pablo Montoya, with nowhere to go at turn 1. Very unlucky. Lamborghini GT3 number 42, the NTE car, well, we heard about that. That was a clutch problem. That's not going any further. Harry Gottsaka in the wall at turn 17 for the number 6 Decane Engineering. Also problems for both of the Heart of Racing Aston Martins, although I think at least the 27 is running again. In fact, no, they're both running again, those cars. Ian James in the 27 and Maxime Martin in the 23. They both were behind the wall at one stage, as was the BMW number 25. John Edwards has got that car running again. It was a steering rack, power steering issue. Who else had problems? 57, the Winward Racing car, that was behind the wall at least once as well. So there's been a number of problems for cars throughout the field, but only the 4 retirements, that being the Decane Engineering number 6, Lamborghini Huracan from MTE, officially retired. This is the Dragon Speed number 81 and that Jared Andretti Autosports car.
Noah Bamber now is trying his best to track down Kamui Kobayashi. We talked about the fact that out of sequence slightly, but he's made him 8 seconds on the track compared to Kobayashi over the course of the last 12-13 laps, and he's now just a second and a half behind that Ganassi car, the Cadillac. The number 02 is right there, the Cadillac accessories machine.
Plug and roll to number 10 needs a yellow flag, doesn't it? You need a full course caution, I think.
Yeah, we really need a yellow because we're about a minute 10 down. We're not going to make that up, on the track. It's all about track position in these races, and so hopefully we'll have another yellow. We've had about 5 or 6 already, so if we get a yellow, we'll be back intact.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, the number 10 falling out of contention because Will missed the tyre. Tell us about what it's the RFID, isn't it, on the Michelin tyres? Tell our listeners, what exactly is that, Will?
He didn't drive through it, he drove around it. Yeah. I have no idea why.
What is it for? Is it something, what does it monitor? What does it monitor, that section?
Well, no, I mean, it just triggers that the car's left the pit lane, and so he went around it.
I see.
So for that, he got a drive-through. So we got the drive-through, and we lost all this time.
There's plenty of time for a yellow win. If anybody can bring it back, you guys can. Sports car's never been healthier. Sports car racing has never looked healthier. Looking towards next year, I'm excited. I'm sure you are.
No, it's you know, in all my 35 years in America racing sports cars, I've never seen any future like I see here now. And all the manufacturers around the world seem to be all on the same page. Probably have more manufacturers than sports cars have ever had in the history. And we can race here and we can race there. And that, I think, is really neat. So, you know, our plan is obviously to get to the LMDA. We'll be getting the car sometime this year. We'll be doing a lot of testing and stuff for next year. And then, you know, I think slowly but surely more cars will come in 24 because it's been difficult getting components and getting stuff made with what's going on in Ukraine. It's slowed everything down. But the fact is that we're still going to be doing LMD8 and Hypercar in 2023.
When do you get the Orica? Because it's Orica that's building the Accurate for you guys.
I think we get it in and around June sometime, so it's not too bad. When we did the Cadillac back in 2017, we got that in September, and we were able to come out on the box and win 5 in a row. So that's what we're aiming for.
And is it the Konica Minolta team that will do the development and the testing, or is there, again, a partnership approach to that?
There's a very big partnership between us, HBD, and Orica. Plus, we're building a development team of mechanics and engineers as well. So, because we'll be racing and testing. I think there's some part of the year where I think we're going to be on the road for 7 weeks.
Is it at times like this that you think, I wish I was young again and I could drive? I know I do all the time.
You know, I don't know.
Of course you do. Tell us the truth.
No, you know, honestly, I don't. But I don't know if you know this, but I just recently bought a Formula One Wolf that Jody Scheckter drove. And getting it renovated, and I plan to do some racing in that. But I wouldn't want to get in these cars anymore because I know what it takes, the fitness level and everything like that, and I'm too bloody old.
Yeah, I didn't mean that. I meant a Magic Wand would take 30 years of us all. So you've got a WR1, is it? It's the one that they've won in Argentina?
I'm not sure, but I know that Jody drove it in Canada. I know Keke Rosberg drove it. And then they sold it to Theodore, and Desiree Wilson won the Aurora race, the only woman to ever drive. And yeah,
it almost won the international trophy with Rosberg. Oh, hang on, I'll zip up my anorak.
Yeah, no,
just talk amongst yourselves, everybody. When and I are going to talk historic Formula One?
I didn't hear all that, but I'll just tell you that I'm more excited about driving this car than anything right now. I mean, it's just delirious. I'm delirious. I'm like a child.
Mate, I'm excited, more excited when you driving that car. Yeah. Smile, we're on camera. Thanks, Win.
Bradley on historic Formula One, and that's his 3rd level course in the Open University. Thank you, Joseph. Well, the old Wolf FW1, that'll scratch the itch, no doubt about it. Let's get to the front of the field, where Cameron Kobayashi has been hunted down by Earl Bamber, and they go through the hairpin in front of the hotel pretty much together. What, 5, 6, 7 car lengths between them, Jeremy? Not much more than that.
There was .011 as they crossed the finish line, so they must have been absolutely alongside each other. But Kobayashi has managed to hold on to the lead, but for how much longer? Coming up for just over 3 hours remaining, 3 hours and 7 minutes, John, remaining.
This is Earl Bamber in his absolute pomp. We know what he can do behind the wheel of a prototype former Porsche factory driver, drafted into this team at late notice, remember, last year, ahead of his planned insertion into the Cadillac squad. Jumped into the car at Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Sniff of the lead, yes please. Kobayashi will be pitting in a couple of laps. Earl Bamber will assume the lead when that happens. He's only been out there for 7 laps, but I'm sure he'll want to do this and stamp the authority on the track. Goes round the outside of the Autobahn. Lamborghini very close to the wall on the exit of turn 17 for Bamber, but that's all right. He's lost a little bit of a gap, but now it's Kobayashi who's going to have to deal with traffic. And here comes Bamber, sees an opportunity. Round the Lexus to the inside. The wins number 52 LMP2 car now holding up the leader, and Bamber's right there. In front of that, it's the Aston Martin, I think, of the Magnus number 44 team. No, excuse me, it was the 57 Winward car. Back on the track again, down towards the hairpin. Ranch 74 car needs to stay out of the way, it does. Nice bit of driving from everybody concerned. Now, through the little kinks through 8 and 9. Super quick through here, absolutely flat, foot pinned to the floor. There's a little thought of going down the inside from Bamber, a little lock up from both of them there. They're really pushing. It's really bumpy there, particularly if you go to the middle or the right-hand side of the road into turn 10. Oh, there's a bit of... Is that a bit of brake dust, or is that something else from the Ally Cadillac? That's very odd.
I saw that as it was heading into the hairpin to turn 7 on this lap as well. To keep an eye on that one. Good job there to get inside the BMW currently. That's the number 25 car, isn't it? That's the one that's a long way back. It's still running.
So now onto the Ullman Straight, and ahead of them, more traffic. First car that they will get to is the TR3 Lamborghini. The bright green car is just ahead of them as they turn in. Huge amount of pace taken into that turn 17. That is a thing of absolute awe and wonder. Starting to get the golden hour now, as we're just after 7 o'clock down towards turn 1. Again, no cars between them. Battle for the lead with 3 hours and 4 minutes to go. Next little crop of cars has the number 93, I think it is. Yes, it is. Right ahead of them. That is the Racer's Edge Acura. That's the next car. But there's 3 or 4 of them before the hairpin. Now, where does the leader go? Down to the outside. Does Earl Bamber follow through? No, he does not. He wasn't confident enough of the fact that the 93 saw what was going on. Meantime, turn 7, the McLaren number 59 has been off course. So that's right ahead of this battle for the lead. And again, there's something coming off the Ally Cadillac. Every time Kami Kobayashi hits the brake pedal, oh, Bamber is absolutely carving his way through here. I think Kobayashi will peel off this time into the pit lane, but Bamber's pushing him all the way. Just over 3 hours to go. There'll be another change of lead at the end of this lap. I'm fairly certain of it. Bamber held up a little bit, ironically, by a Porsche, his former employees, as they go on to the Alec Ullman Straight. Sun in their faces now. And the leader in GT D Pro, Jordan Taylor, is the next car that Kobayashi has to go around. Now, does he stick to the right-hand side and pull the car tight into the pit lane? I think he is. Yes, he is, as we thought. So through goes Bamber. Another change of lead for Jeremy Shaw to document. And
number 20.
And car 20, the high-class racing car's gone off at turn 1. Now, that would have been exciting. Meantime, the Ally Cadillac is down towards Joe Bradley for the pit stop, and a driver change. Joe, are you getting in?
That car, but it's doubtful whether I'd ever get out again. The number 48 in from that battle, fantastic battle, wasn't it? It was like a 10-lap sprint race, wasn't it? If you tuned in now, you'd think it's a 10-lap sprint. No, there's still 3 hours, and we've been going for 9 hours prior to that. We've got a driver change, like you said, John. We've had a rip off the windscreen. The fueling's gone in. The pit stop is done, apart from the fueling, as ever. The fueling takes the longest. Not sure who got in. You'll know in a moment, but clicks through that gate, as Wayne Taylor described.
Hour has been completed. Mike Rockenfeller has taken over the Ally Cadillac after that scheduled stop from Kamui Kobayashi. What a great battle that was with Earl Bamber. We'll try and get a word with him in a moment. Ireland's best country, WWOJ 99.1 FM, News Talk 730 and 95.3 FM, as well as round the world on IMSARadio.com. with the World Feed TV on there as well. Click the live video tab if you're in a country that doesn't have a network TV deal, and of course on RS2 IMSA Radio, as well as Sirius XM 206. We're into the last 3 hours of racing and the last quarter of the 2022 Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advance Auto Parts, starts right now. Well, Jeremy, if we're going to get that towards the end of the race, that kind of excitement, that was proper stuff, carving their way through the traffic. Two sports car superstars absolutely on their game there.
Yeah, it really was, and a good stint by both of those two. Bamber was really charging, but Kobayashi done a really nice job, particularly given the fact that today is the first time he's driven that car this week. Pretty remarkable effort by him, but it's only 20 laps on that pit stop, so I would have expected him to go one, probably 2 laps more before he came in, particularly as he was holding the lead.
The dust or whatever coming out from that 48. Couple of people. Alan Prosser, thank you, Racing Blog, also tweeting in, saying it's been kicking out what looks to be brake dust all over. I think it's brake dust, says the Racing Blog, because you can see how difficult it is to see the number panel on the side compared to the other Cadillacs. Are they using their brakes more on that number 48? Hello to Wicker Bill in northwest England, Manchester, taking advantage of the only day of sunny scene this year, apparently, at the heat in Manchester. It is Rainy City, of course, Rainy City Cruisers. Used to go down and see them for custom cars back in the day. He's been out on a barbecue today, now settling in at just after 11 o'clock in the UK, 12 just after midnight, and into Sunday morning in Europe for the last 3 hours of this race. Wise move, Wicker Bill. Make sure you've got the sound system turned up and you've got the managed to commandeer a screen from your laptop, get the HDMI cable in on the world feed. Ranch 74 car, the Riley LMP, back from behind the wall. That car was in contention, no doubt, for the lead and the win. It's dropped way back now. Matthew Jakobsen and Dakota Dickerson battling it out, but there's 50 seconds between the 33 and the 30. Third place, Rasmus Lins for Performance Tex Motorsport. They've not had an easy run either in that number 38 car. They had a nasty little electrical gremlin that was haunting them earlier on. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch. Welcome back to the pit lane to Shea Adam for the run to the checkered flag. Talk to her in a moment.
Just looking at GTD, John, it's still Bill Obel in the lead for Turner Motorsport in the BMW car number 96. Second place, just a second behind him, is Maxi Goetz in the number 28 car for Allegra Motorsports. That's the Mercedes. Then 2 Ferraris in third and fourth. And look who is looming there in third position, Antonio Fuoco. And if Bill Obel looks in his mirror, he will see Fuoco. He's had that situation a little bit earlier in this race when he got punted from behind in turn 3. Fuoco had to serve a drive-through penalty. He served that penalty and he's closed right up again, John. That settled Ferrari is really fast.
Bill Oberlin
There is
What
Oblin.
a-
Behind him is Goetz, and right behind Goetz now is, or maybe there's another car in there. Yes, okay, it's a racing
It's a
Ferrari.
racing Ferrari
and
still
then-
trying to get another lap back.
Yes, but then it's Fuoco in the car that hit Oblin earlier on, served the penalty. It's made up all of that penalty time. That's remarkable.
The United Colours of Chetalar car, as we've been calling it.
That car has set the fastest lap of the race in GTD, with Fuoco at the wheel, way early in the race.
Like Duval has taken over the JDC Miller Motorsports. Mike Rockefeller, sorry, he's taken over the Allied Cadillac from Kamui Kobayashi. Saying earlier on, of course, that the Toyota drivers who are racing here today, and all of the Toyota number 7 drivers are in Cadillacs. Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez in the 48 Allied car, and the 31 Wayland Mike Conway. They were forbidden by management to even get in those cars until after the WEC yesterday. And the team manager who made that rule was Kamui Kobayashi. So he had to live with the rule that he'd made for his teammates. Wearing many hats at the moment, Kamui. Still a great character and a very, very capable driver. Earl Bamber leads now by 27 seconds. We'll see him in the pit lane in around about 7 laps time. Let's hear from Toyota Gazoo Racing's team manager, but in this case it is of course racing driver for the number 48 Allied Cadillac. This is Kamui Kobayashi with Joe.
Kamui, well, I certainly enjoyed that, watching you race there. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point before jumping, I think strategy went wrong side. And obviously, we just did some jumbo. So we stopped area, we put new tires, sticky tires with a clear track, and then tried to get in the gap. And I think pretty much it worked, so that's why we came back. Otherwise, I think we just stayed behind. It's so hard to overtake here.
Is it true that the first time you sat in the car was during the race this morning?
Yeah, just a 4 up in the morning. Yeah.
So you did a bit of morning warm-up and that was it. Next time you're in for the stint. How do you switch that on? How do you do that?
Well, I mean, I drove last year, so, I know a bit car, but, we get paid for this, so we should adjust this. If you have a couple of laps, you know how it is in the car. So obviously when you start race, you don't push, you just build yourself. And then, second stint, probably you are already ready to push, really.
And I'm told, as the Toyota, with your team manager's hat on, you were behind the rules to stop the WEC drivers practicing in the IMSA cars before the WEC, because you don't want anybody to be hurt or injured or be out or be unfit for the race.
So, no, I didn't hear you.
Is that right? As a team manager, you chose the rule to stop WEC drivers driving IMSA cars before the event. Is that not true?
No, obviously no. We have a contract. If we have compete with the same category as other manufacturer, by contract we can. So obviously before I became team principal, already we signed a contract, and that's anyway we have to make rules. Otherwise we can go anywhere free. So that's why we stick to the rules. And obviously I'm team principal. I have to follow the rules.
Of course, that's what I meant. Thanks, Kamui. Great entertainment.
Just a quick update on the Core Autosport LMP3 car. It was a bad switchboard, so they changed that out. That was actually hitting the kill switch and triggering the car to stop at random points around the track. That rumbling you might have heard behind me was another LMP3 car. That's the Riley machine that is going back out on the circuit.
So 2 hours and 53 minutes to go.
And I think another 5 or 6 laps before pit stops for the GTD contenders. Bill Oblin's hanging on to that lead, but just a second behind him is Maxi Goetz. A second behind him is Antonio Fuoco. Only 5 seconds behind Fuoco is Simon Mann, who's doing a really nice job in the AF Corsa Ferrari car number 21. Those two cars run by the same team, AF Corsa, but 47 run under the Cetilar Racing banner. And then behind them, the Lexus of Richard Highstand, who's only, again, about 6 seconds back. That's car number 12. And then Stephen McAleer in the Gilbert Court of number 32 Mercedes. Again, all very much in contention.
A real shame for fans of Riley Technologies. That car is actually going back behind the wall. I spoke with Bill Riley really quickly, who said the damage they sustained pushed all the water out of it, and it's not something that you can easily fix. They thought they had a temporary solution. We don't.
So, Shea, do we think that car is finished then?
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see it again.
Okay. Thank you, Shea. Bad news with less than a quarter of the race to go for a car that was in real contention, not just for a podium, but for the win there, that number 74 car, the blue and bright orange machine.
Yeah, and yeah, this is one of the few races the car didn't. I think it won 5 of the 7 races that were part of the LMP3 schedule. Had a dominant win at Daytona to start this campaign off, but that was not a round of the regular season championship for LMP3. This is the opening round of that, and right now it is the car number 33 for Sean Creech Motorsports that leads the way. In second position, Dakota Dickerson for Junior 3 Racing. That is a car that is not concentrating on the Michelin Endurance Cup. This is that team's first race of the season in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. But Dakota Dickerson is driving that car at the moment. He's about 50 seconds behind Malte Jakobsen, and those two now are well clear over everybody else. We saw the number 38 car for Performance Tech Motorsports had some difficulties a while ago, but is still running strongly now and back in third place in the class, but 7 laps off the lead. In LMP2, Mikkel Jensen leads the way. He had a lead of about 68 seconds over the number 29 car. Guido van der Garde now brings that racing team Netherlands onto pit lane for a scheduled stop. I would anticipate the number 52 car that leads with Mikkel Jensen aboard into the pits in a couple of laps' time. 260 laps now completed by our race leader. Super consistency for the last 3 laps there for Earl Bamber. This last lap was a 49.34, 1 minute 49.32 the previous lap, 149.20 the lap before that, 148.34, 148.59 before that. That is remarkable consistency from Earl Bamber in the lead car with the traffic. I mean, yeah, there's a few cars out of the race, but we've still got the better part of, what, 40, I think there's 49 cars, yeah, maybe. There's well over 40 cars at least still on the track right now, 42 or 3 cars still running, so there's still plenty of traffic, but Earl Bamber is doing an absolutely masterful job in the lead for that Ganassi team, the Cadillac Accessories car number 02. The lead over second position right now, which is number 5, Loic Duval, 27.1 seconds. That gap has gone out over the course of the last few laps, but again, not by very much, only by 3 or 4 seconds. The back gap to third place again is staying fairly consistent. Stoffel Van Dorn taking another stint at the Meyer Shank Racing with the Kerbagger Janine Acura and running very nicely in the third position. That Acura, though, it's, even though it's running well and maintaining pace with the other 2 leaders, he's the better part of 40 seconds back, and Pipo Derani is making a little bit of progress toward catching him. He's now less than 3 seconds behind the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac in 4th place. Mike Rockenfeller is in 5th in car number 48 and is about 11 seconds ahead of Philip Albuquerque.
I think this one, well, this is boiling up to another grandstand finish, isn't it, Jeremy? And times are still coming down as well. Bamber now 30 seconds to the good at the front of the field. The other class leaders, Mikkel Jensen for PR1 Matheson Motorsport in P2, Malte Jakobsen for the Sean Creech Motorsport car, Jordan Taylor for Corvette Racing Pro, and Bill Oberlin in AM. It's your VP Racing Fuel class leaders there making power. Beautiful time of the evening. Smell of the barbecues beginning to just drift over the racetrack. Round about sunset now. Actually, about another 10 minutes for official sunset. Not much more than that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful evening, isn't it? It's picture perfect out there. Yeah.
Jamie Price and the rest of the 4 Togs. will be out getting the fantastic pictures. Jude Gibson's here, I know as well, from the UK. Chat with him earlier on of the prologue weekend, in fact. Hello to Malcolm Cracknell as well, the founder of dailysportscar.com. I know he's tuned in back in the UK. And to Bob Leitzinger, I saw last weekend as well, who's at turn number 1 here with his motorhome. Joe Bradley, a doughty competitor in his day.
He's had a bit of an accident, John, so he's confined to barracks at the moment. He's twisted his knee.
Oh, nasty.
And the story is there was no alcohol involved, so it seems a bit of a waste, he says.
Can't believe that. So he's here on the premises, but in the RV.
Yes, he's having to stay in his RV. He's twisted his knee or knocked his knee or something, and the big thing is, the big story is that there wasn't alcohol involved.
Mend fast, Bob.
Yeah, absolutely. Say hello to Bruce for us.
Perhaps that'll help fix it.
Liquid analgesic, I think, for that one.
A new best lap of the race there for Earl Bamble.
There you go.
I just talked about his remarkable consistency. He's just served his best lap of the race, 147.285 for that number 02 Cadillac that leads the race. Here's a pit stop for the LMP2 leader, number 52.
It's Mikkel Jensen that brought that car in. Shea is watching that. What's going on with the guys on the wall, Shea?
They've done the driver change already. Mikkel Jensen is out, and I'm going to try and grab a word with him when he gets his helmet off. And we have Scott Huffaker into the car. That was a lot of Michelin tire smoke. It is a nice experience. Joe was right about that.
Wins car then coming down the pit lane. Quick hello as well to Racer Magazine's Paul Fanner and Mo Murray from Mazda Racing. They're travelling together and listening in the same car at the moment. Not sure if you're on Sirius XM 206 or you've got something linked to the car. Travel well, gentlemen. Shame you're not here to say hello, but we pass on our best. Racer Magazine doing some of its best work recently, both in the printed world, printed version, the traditional version if you like, but also racer.com. If you're not checking out racer.com, you're not getting the full story about motorsport. Back to Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
With Stephen Thomas out of the 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport LMP2, you're one of the drivers who did double duty between yesterday and today. How relieved are you that your driving duties are done this weekend?
Oh, I'm not relieved at all. I love driving the race car. I wish they'd raise the minimum so I could drive more.
Really? You're not exhausted?
No, I mean, I like driving race cars, so they put me back in now, I get in. The problem is it's time for the pros to fight each other. But yeah, no, I loved it. I feel good.
You and Ben Keating were having a pretty serious discussion earlier on. Was he helping you?
Yeah, it's great having Ben as a teammate, and between the two of us, you know, we went back and forth on poles last year. This year, he was faster than me here, so I was asking him, how come? And he was helping me out, and I went faster, and then we battled out there on the track for a while, so it was fun.
I love the camaraderie in this team. Stephen, good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks very much.
So next in from the cars at the front, Earl Bamber from the lead. There may be a lap or two later, Loic Duval from second place. Bamber burning off the VP Racing fuel. He's had some really quick and consistent laps. That car's best of 47.2. He was a 48.3 last time around. Remember, we're 263 laps into this contest at the moment, and there's still pace out there. Traffic's hardly thinned out. See if he peels in this time around, or no, he's just gone through. 02 just going through turn 5 now, past the palm tree palisades on his right hand side. Oh, the cars sound different. I don't care what anybody said, it's starting to get, the air's getting cooler and denser. There's just a little harder edge to these cars, and the downshifts sound like staccato rifle fire.
And we're now within the distance of a regular season IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race. Less than 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining in this tremendous race. Pit stops, by the way, just now for the GTD leaders. Number 96 came into the pits. Bill Oberlin to hand over that number 96 BMW for Turner Motorsport to Robbie Foley. Maxi Goetz, who was in second place, also into the pits in the Mercedes car number for Allegra Motorsports, car number 28. Also, that puts into the lead there for Antonio Fuoco in car number 47, the Cetilar Racing Ferrari. Pit stop for the leader also in LMP3.
Shea is watching that one, and Joe Bradley will have Pico Durrani stop in just a moment. Shea, Sean Creech Motorsport.
Fuel tires and then Joao Barbosa, that's all you need to know.
Joe Bradley.
Durrani's in the 31. That's him in the background. A little bit of wheel spin, not too much tyre smoke, but that job is done for the Whelan car. We're just awaiting the O2, guys. I'll give you a shout when it's on pit road.
That's the Cadillac that leads at the moment. Gone on to its 23rd lap for Earl Bamber. He's on the pit road now. Just time to say hello to Andrew Mather, just tuning in at the parents' house in Sheffield in the UK. Thanks for your help giving Dad the tuition as to what Sebring's all about. Introduced him to IMSA at Daytona, now watching this great race for the first time. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Andrew's dad. Joe Bradley with the leader.
Earl Bamber is out of the car, and he's, you know what, he's a fit young man, and he's been working hard, I can tell, just from the body language as he stepped up onto the pit wall and went back behind the wall. The driver is in, new driver, didn't see who that was, John. I don't know who is next in the rotor. It all happens in a pretty big flash. The driver comes from around the back of the car. The O2's lost the lead, but he's back out.
Alex Lynn, I think, probably got into that car, Joe Bradley.
On the rotation, yes. Yep. Yeah. Tell you in just a second.
That was a great stint from Earl Bamber, really impressive.
Alex Lynn confirmed, absolutely confirmed as he goes out. And we'll tell you how they stand. He is already heading up towards turns 3, 4 and 5. So it should be the number 5 car that's gone through into the lead, Loic Duval for JDC Miller Motorsports, and Loic is at turn 10. But Loic will owe us a pit stop next time around, I reckon.
Yeah, it was that last stint for the number 02 car was 21 laps. For the number 31 car was only 19 laps. And it was only 20 laps on the previous stint. That's somewhat curious. Have to keep an eye on that one. I lied.
I've got Bambers as 22,
yeah, sorry.
and I've got Peepos as 20.
Yeah, there's a lap out.
Philippe Albuquerque 21.
Yeah. So
yeah.
it was 22 laps for Bamber, yeah, fine.
Let's wait to see if Loic Duval peels off to the right. He's coming down into the final corner at turn 17 now. It's starting to get dark enough that I can see the brake discs glowing. He tucks across to the right-hand side and gets in well before the double yellow line on his right-hand side. Down to the pit lane, speed limiter. And followed in by Dakota Dickerson for Junior 3 Racing, who's the leader in LMP3, of course, having taken that when Sean Creech Motorsport came in. And here comes the leader. Shea Adam down at that end of the pit lane. Oh, sorry, Joe Bradley down at that end of the pit lane. Just waiting for Earl Bamber with Joe Bradley. We'll do that in a moment. It's a new set of Michelin tyres going on to the black and gold machine. Also in the number 60 Auto Nation MSR Acura. That brought into the pit lane by Stoffel Van Dorn. Came in from second. So when the 02 comes around, that will go back into the lead. In fact, it already has done. They're heading down towards turn 7 now. Dakota Dickerson has gone back out in the number 30 car, and the 60 is down and away for Meyer Shank Racing. And I think Stoffel stayed in that car. Yes, confirmed. Simon Mann into the pits from second in GTD. for the Ferrari. Shea Adams at that end at the moment.
And tires and a driver change. Simon is out, Tony Valander is in, and Simon actually nearly walks right into Tony when he jumps out of the car. They are doing fuel and tires for this car as well, and a couple boxes further up we just had the Gilbert Copperworth Mercedes. That was fuel, tires, and a driver change. Daniel Juncadella taking over for Stephen McAleer. All looks good down at this Ferrari pit so far, although I have to say the right front lower dive plane is completely deranged. It is actually sticking off at a 90-degree angle to the rest of the car. That's got to be something held down by the wind as it goes by. They're putting a piece of tape on the green light on the passenger side of the car as well that helps them realize that that is their Ferrari, and away goes Tony.
Hello to Keke Murray. Surprised at how big an effect that BOP change had to the Corvette. How much of the improvement do you think is the increase in horsepower and how much is psychological? I think it's drivability, Keke, to be honest. It's a few horsepower, yes, but the torque of that car seemed to be much better. Remember, that was a car, everybody else, that wasn't designed to be a GT Daytona. It was designed to be a GT Le Mans car. So very different rule set. They've kind of have to, in some ways, backwards engineer it, putting on some of the electronic systems that it didn't have, so it's had to have ABS fitted to it. The power has been wound back a wee bit, and the weight's been adjusted as well. And one of the ways they did that was by strangling the engine a little bit. Well, it's not just about how many horsepower on the dyno, it's about where that torque curve is. What we've seen today is that the torque of that V8 C8R mid-engine car now has made it a lot more drivable through traffic, and I think that, to me, maybe the drivers will tell us a little bit more, but that certainly seems to me as though it's been more drivable through the traffic and not so much as a sort of a switch for the throttle. They've been able to pick their way through the traffic, and you still want to keep your momentum up. I was going to say you can forget about, you know, having to lift off. That's not the case, but it does seem to have been a bit more usable, a bit more user-friendly on the power delivery. Great battle going on. Outlap for Stoffel Van Dorn. Pipo Derani's right with him now. This is a battle for 4th and 5th position. Alex Lynn has resumed the lead for Cadillac Racing 02, the Chip Ganassi run car, by 9 seconds over the Allied Cadillac of Mike Rockenfeller. Then it's the dark grey and silver, grey and gold rather, JDC Miller Motorsport. Then it is this battle that's going on the far side of the circuit. Confirmation of the Riley number 74 Ranch. We saw a touch between the two cars that were battling for 4th position. Durrani's gone around. I think Stoffel Van Dorn has continued. He's off the track as well. This is a turn 16 going on the back straight. They were battling for position, as I said, and now there's half the straight between them, and there's a vibration on the Acura for Stoffel Van Dorn. Now, will he bring that car into the pit lane? I don't even think his wheel was straight there. People was weaving around, trying to clean the tyres off on the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac. Both off and continued. Well, People's continued, so has Stoffel Van Dorn. We'll go down to the pits in just a moment. But let's just see that those cars are still running. A little bit too much curb by, a little bit too much curb by Stoffel Van Dorn.
What's the point in that?
We've seen the passes made at 16 on other class cars, not on the similar class cars.
That was a very bold move from Pipo Derani. I mean, yes, he saw glimpse and opportunity, but I mean, maybe on the last lap, I don't see the point of that one.
Nice bit of avoidance of the Mobil 1 signs by Stoffel Van Dorn. In the meantime, the 01 Cadillac has gone behind the wall. It's not been their day today. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who's been waiting patiently after that incident.
Yeah, Earl was whisked away. He's all of these drivers really suffering. Ben Barnicourt has just come in the 14, for instance, and I've just gone to chat to him, and his cool suit failed, so he's actually been roasted. So I'm not going to speak to Ben for a little while until he cools down. They're absolutely exhausted when these guys get out these cars.
Speaking to an exhausted guy, having gotten out of a car, Steph Wilson, how hard is everyone pushing out there?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's pushing really hard, and for us, you know, we had an incident in Thursday night practice, so the hardpoint crew just had to work extremely hard to go to the backup car yesterday. The guys crashed all day, and we just got it ready to get back out there. It means that we didn't get to do much setup work, and we missed it. So, you know, the Porsche is already a bit loose. We're hoping it was going to come to us when the colder conditions appeared, but you know, it's just so free out there. So when the car's a handful and it's already so hot and humid, it's just exhausting. So it's like wrestling a tiger in a cage, and it's trying to take your life.
You just got to make it purr. That's the secret. Just make the kitty purr. Do you think it'll get any better as the conditions get better at night?
You know, I'd like to be hopeful. I just think that we've missed the setup a decent amount, and it's up to Kat now. She's going to have to adjust her driving style and try and deal with it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, it's good that we're still in it, and I mean, we need to get a lap back and see where we are then.
I'll be optimistic for you. Don't worry. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Shane.
That incident between Stoffel Van Dorn and Pete Durrani for 4th place, the Meerschaank Racing number 60 and the Whelen Engineering number 31, Acura and Cadillac respectively, under consideration and review by Race Control. And both cars seem to be continuing at reasonable pace. Van Dorn of 150.0, 150.1 for Pete Durrani. It was very much side-by-side contact. I wonder how that will be viewed. I think if I can see it going either way or nothing at all. I think if people had been a tad further back, he would have got called for it. But he was very well up alongside.
Yep. Yeah, the door was certainly left open.
Yeah, it was.
But I don't really see the point in going for that gap at this stage in a race with 2.5 hours remaining, quite frankly.
I think the corner before, Jeremy, there was just a little bit too much curb taken by Van Dorn, and that kicked the car sideways, which I think gave the invitation, if you like, with people carrying a little bit more speed. But these are such marginal calls all the time. We talked about risk versus reward earlier on in the race, and we were talking about that in the Porsche keys to the race as well, weren't we? How you deal with traffic, how you make those overtakes. Have to be decisive, can't dilly-dally, but then again, with 2.5 hours still to go, was that the right move to make?
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe at Meerschaank. He's just getting a report on whether there is any problems with the car. Stoffel Van Dorn has not come in, Joe. He must be reasonably happy with it.
His report was very concise, and I think it's been abbreviated for me. He's not happy. I think he used a few more expletives than that.
Not happy with the move or not happy with the car?
Not happy with the move from late. He's not reporting anything at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Yes, we can imagine that the language was perhaps a little more Anglo-Saxon in its descriptive terms. He dives down the inside of the Cetilar Ferrari. Still with that red door. Sorry, go ahead.
Just every now and again, Pete Durrani tries these moves. I mean, he was completely alongside. The door was wide open. Fair enough, I suppose. But like I say, I don't really see the point in trying to make that move. I mean, Van Dorn's, he's not. I don't see the point. I really don't. It wouldn't surprise me if there was no call. I mean, they were absolutely side by side at that stage, but I think if anybody's going to penalise, it's going to be the team, because I think that was an unnecessary risky manoeuvre by the driver of number 31 car at that stage in the race.
Adam has news from Race Control. Shea?
Incident responsibility, contact with the 60, car 31, warning.
Right, okay.
And that'll be why, because he was side by side, the door was open. I think that's probably the right call. I think it's the team that's going to be more upset than Race Control. But a warning is absolutely right here. It was a low percentage pass, really. I mean, if it was the last lap, go for it. But with 2.5 hours remaining, and risking causing damage. Stoffel Van Dorn's not going to let him go past without a fight, is he? So I'm not quite sure what the thinking was.
Tell you what's going to make it interesting if they get together. There are at the moment 3.8 seconds between them. A couple of tenths taken back by people that time. Right, let's go down to Joe Bradley with Ben Barnicott in the pit lane.
Well, Ben's just stepped out of the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and Ben out of 3rd place in the GTD Pro class. But that stint was harder than it should have been. Tell us.
Yeah, I mean, bit off strategy now. I was supposed to do a duel there, but unfortunately the cool suit failed. It was my shirt, luckily, so Jack's going to be okay now. Well, we hope so. Yeah, and you know, it's never nice. Those cool suits are amazing when they work, but when they're not, you're basically trapped inside a radiator for an hour, which isn't nice.
So basically, when the cool suit stops circulating refrigerated water, it starts circulating hot water.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it goes from, I guess you call it a cool suit to a heater suit. Yeah, it wasn't nice, but you know, we're having a good run here. Like you said, we're in 3rd place. We're still on the lead lap. Would be nice if we could get a yellow now to punch it all back up. You know, Jack's the man in this car. He knows it inside and out, and I'm sure he'll give us a great shot at the end. We've kind of got it to this point. The team have done a great job, and our Lexus RCFs were looking good for the last few hours.
You were in the car earlier on when the wrap came off the bonnet. Well, that must have been a bit disconcerting.
Yeah, that was the first time. I mean, it was flapping around, and at first I was struggling to see, and then you kind of get used to these things, and then it suddenly sprung into my mind like, oh, this isn't going to be good if it sticks to the windshield, but luckily that didn't happen, and we got it off. Yeah, it'll look nice and shiny next time out.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben Barnicott from the Lexus RCF, the Vassar Sullivan machine. As I say, the number 14 is the pro car. They've slipped down a little bit to 4th position. Jack Hawksworth in that car at the moment.
It's a Yorkshireman, but it's not, is it? Ben Barnicott's from Chesterfield, from Derbyshire. And
don't get that wrong, Jeremy.
No, exactly right. Well, no, I was at college in Sheffield, on the south side of Sheffield, so I know all about that one. And Aaron Tielitz, of course, is the 3rd driver who's done a nice job in this race, and that car, you know, still right there. It's in the 4th position in class at the moment, about 4 seconds ahead of Maro Engel. Matthew Jaminet is about another couple of seconds behind in the FAF Porsche. So the top 6 cars in GTD Pro covered by about 24 seconds at the moment.
Next of the lead is due in shortly, possibly even this next lap. Mike Rockenfeller in the Ally Cadillac. He'll complete 21 laps of a stint as he comes round this time at IMSA Radio. Don't forget the hashtag Michelin PRT if you have a point to make or a question or some kind of matters arising after this race. We'll grab some of the drivers for interview as well as Joe, Shea, Jeremy and I go through the machinations of the race. We've got plenty to talk about. Darkness beginning to fall now, under 2.5 hours to go. Sebring International Raceway. WWOJ 99.1 FM. Ireland's best country. News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3 now on FM. Sirius XM 206 and around the world on IMSA Radio RS2 at IMSARadio.com. That's IMSARadio.com. And if you're outside the US and there's no network TV, try the World Feed TV, streaming live, free and uninterrupted to the end of the race. And that's on IMSARadio.com via the live video tab with our commentary from trackside, the Hagley Global Broadcast Centre on the outside of turn 17. In comes the Ally Cadillac, Joe Bradley's end of things. And looks like full service. Mike Rockenfeller brought that car in. No driver change, Joe Bradley's there.
Yeah, no driver change, just coming to the end of the stop now. Tyres and fuel only for the 48. removed the refueling hose. That could have gone very, very naughty there. I'm not sure what was happening there, but the refueler's not a happy man.
He was waved away by the guy at the front, had the throttle on pretty much 3/4 to full throttle. They don't have launch controls here, but that's sort of what it was like. Just a quick note for those of you who are motorsport enthusiasts around the world. Mobil won the grid. Seen some of the guys filming here for Series 14, which is just got underway. So check your local schedules for details if you're in a territory that gets that magazine show. There'll be some features from here at the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring. Jeremy.
Yeah, Pipo Derani's caught up back up now to Stoffel van Dorn, so that might be worth keeping an eye on at the moment. Number 60
Popcorn,
and number
please.
31.
Popcorn and a comfy seat. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That is going to be the battle for 4th and 5th again. Actually, they'll move up a little bit because Mike Rockenfeller's just stopped. Alex Lynn leads in the 02 Cadillac. He's just heading down towards the hotel. Ally Cadillac and Mike Rockenfeller. They just dropped the position. He's just coming through to turn 16 and onto the back straight. Sean Creech Motorsport in front, the number 33, that's Joao Barbosa, with a 51-second lead to Dakota Dickerson. LMP3, bit of last man standing there, really. Those two still in a battle, but with a lap and change. No, check that, hang on. 7 laps on the Performance Tech Motorsport Ligier. Cameron Shields behind the wheel of the third-placed LMP3 car. And if you are just joining us, the 74 car that was right up the front, that was the pole-sitting Riley. That car officially retired. Moving into darkness now, still the last vestiges of light in the sky, but not much of it. And this is where, as we said in the Porsche Keys to the Race, get to the dark, make sure your car's in one piece, and that's where you're going to have to do, Jeremy, your best work. And the palm trees are lit. It is officially dark here at Sebring International Raceway for the Palm Tree Palisades on the driver's right going into the carousel. That's what I love about this place. There's all kinds of traditions. Some of them are very serious, some of them less so, but there's a heck of a lot of history here. And the fans are just a bigger part of it as anything else that we've seen down through the years.
And Robbie Foley still leads then in the GTD category, but right behind him is that number 47 car. Two different drivers then driving these two cars at the moment, to the ones that made contact at turn 3 about probably an hour ago now. But it's now Robbie Foley having taken over from Bill Oberlin in the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW in that now multicoloured number 47 Ferrari. It's Giorgio Sergio that has taken over from Antonio Fuoco. But those two again are nose to tail in the battle for the lead in GTD. Maxi Goetz, well, he's about 5 seconds back in the third position in car number 28, and then behind Maxi is Tony Vielander. There's another contender always in the number 21 Ferrari. Behind that is Richard Heitstand, hanging on well in the 5th position in the class in car number 12 for Vasser Sullivan, and then Daniel Juncadela in the number 32 Gilbert Korthoff Mercedes. So again, it's pretty tight in GTD. The top 5 cars covered by just around about 20 seconds. 35 seconds the gap between first and second, another 28 seconds back to Pipo Derani, who this time has made the pass on Stoffel van Dorn.
And a clean one at that, presumably. So that's up to third now for Pipo.
Yep.
And he's 27.5 seconds behind Loic Duval, who's 35 seconds away from the leader. In terms of their laps since last pit stop, round about 8 laps, no, maybe not 10 laps for Alex Lynn before his next pit stop, 12 laps for Loic Duval, probably 8 or 9 laps for Pipo Derani, and 11 or 12 for Stoffel van Dorn. So they're all within a lap or two of each other with 2 hours and 17 minutes to go. That's your VP Racing Fuels in-race update. At the front of the field, those 4 cars are the ones that are making power. Hello, Sven. Tweeting at IMSA Radio. Watching and listening. Man in Ghent, or Bruges, sorry, in Belgium. Good to have you on board with the World TV feed. And IMSA Radio linked to it, of course, thanks to our colleagues and Jason and the rest of the team up at Charlotte, North Carolina, home of NASCAR Productions. Been a long week for everybody. Lots of work to go on. Also big mention to the IMSA technical team as well. David Pease on the IT side of things. Our new technical squad. Ashton, Tom, Craig and the rest of the guys. It's all been a bit of a voyage of discovery this weekend, and they've performed absolutely brilliantly. Everybody. And their work, of course, is not finished at the end of the race, because when we go off the air and put down our headsets, they've got to pack everything up and get ready for the next one. So they were first in this week and this morning, and they'll be last away tonight and tomorrow. Still work to do for them. And big mention to BSI as well, providing our pit lane communications, so that Joe and Shea have been able to give us these great interviews and insights from both of the pit lanes. Remember, 2 separate pit lanes here, one on the back straight and one on the front. Just an added little technical difficulty. Easy to forget the people behind the scenes of making it all work, and thanks to Mark Hull and all of his crew here. David Pettit from IMSA as well. And particularly to John Story and everybody here at Sebring International Raceway. Absolutely made us welcome again, from the prologue last weekend right through to today. And this has been a huge, huge crowd this weekend. And the infrastructure has worked very well indeed. If you haven't been here before, get it on your bucket list. This is one of the great events, never mind races, great events of motorsport. Haven't had the numbers for the crowd. The attendance figures aren't always given out. Certainly weren't in the ALMS days, but it's been big. I'm pretty certain it is up on last year, which in fairness didn't have the FIA WEC. I mean, we're still coming out of lockdown, but I've not seen a crowd like this at Sebring for probably 10 years, since the 60th anniversary. This is a big one here. It might even be bigger than that. So, Jeremy, 2.25 hours to go. Back timing this now. All the teams are looking at this, and what they don't want is to have 3.125 pit stops before the end of the race. So, is this where do you dare now get your drivers to start making those adjustments and trying to eke out an extra lap or two so you've got an even number of pit stops, or do you just push them on and think, well, we'll deal with that when we have to deal with it?
Well, the cars do about, the DPI cars do about 40 minutes between their pit stops, so they're all going to have to make, I think, 3 more stops before the end of this race. The question is, can Mike Rockenfeld, number 48 team, get to the end with just 2 more? We've got 133 minutes to go, so no, I think we're all going to have to make 3 stops. Number 48 car certainly needs a little bit less fuel. Got 10 laps, 8 laps in hand in terms of the amount of fuel that it needs to get to the end of the race from here. But certainly with just over 2 hours remaining, I would expect 3 more stops for each of the cars.
Tom? Tom Blomqvist, this has been a bit of a brutal race, both in the cockpit and out of it. How hard is it to watch all this battling going on into the sunset and knowing that you've got to wait a little bit longer until you get back in the car?
Yeah, I mean, the race has been pretty brutal. It's been extremely hot, been really hot in the car. You know, we haven't had the quickest race car out there, but we've had some, you know, flashes where we've kind of had good pace there, and yeah, but these racing, this is so intense. It's all to play for. We need a bit of luck. We need some yellows to close the pack, and hopefully then we can be smart and you know, make some headway in the pit lane. But yeah, it's going to be difficult without that. We don't quite have the pace as some of the other cars, but you know, anything can happen in IMSA. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, for the MSR team, this is a bit of a weird experience right now because the S in the team, Mr. Shank, he's not here. How weird is it for his presence to be missing?
Yeah, obviously he's on IndyCar duty now. But, you know, the team's in a great position to deal with the situation without him. So obviously we miss him here. He's a great addition to the outfit, and obviously it's, you know, it's his team. But yeah, you know, we're all working hard at it, and yeah, 2 hours to go, and yeah, we need a bit of luck, but fingers crossed.
Are you looking forward to Long Beach next, where it's just you and Ollie for a, you know, quick 100-minute race after these enduros?
Well, I'm looking forward to Long Beach, but if I look at the historical results, I don't know if I'm that looking forward to it, if you know what I mean. So, but hey, hopefully, you know, something changes and we can fight for some, you know, for a result there. But yeah, I mean, it's a cool event. So, and obviously, you know, the IndyCar team's there as well. So it'd be cool to have the whole MSR, you know, outfit in one place. But hey, it's also the Acura Grand Prix, so we have to put on a you know, a big show for them.
Hopefully you're bringing them a Sebring trophy there as well, too, to put on display. Good luck.
Yeah, I would love to.
Tom Blomqvist with Shea Adam. Just thinking about that, Jeremy's just crunching a few numbers again. I think it's going to be tight for even for Rocky to do it with just 2 more, Jeremy, isn't it? I can't see that happening.
No, I don't think so either.
It's a question of whether it's 3 stops or 3 stops and a bit for some of the other cars, I think. They should just be about to do it. And if there is a bit, when do you take the bit? Do you do a short stop on your penultimate run and then come in as soon as you can get to the end? I think that's what you do if you're not leading. Get that last pit stop done first.
Yeah, so yeah, 10 minutes from now, if you make, let's see, what 266,
120 minutes to go in 10 minutes time.
Yeah, so that's around about when the leaders are going to be coming in to the pits, and with 2 hours remaining, they'll come in another 40 minutes later, and then 80 minutes later, so there'll be 2 more stops after that.
Yeah.
So yeah, 3 more stops at the end. But like I say, the 48 car does have about 8 laps of fuel in hand compared to the rest, but that is the car that's onto pit lane right now, and you know, they're going to need a splash if it stays green to get to the end.
Shea Adam is standing by and waits for the Ally Cadillac to come to a halt for Mike Rockefeller.
Dual tires, and something Mike Rockefeller really needs, another drinks bottle. This guy has done so much driving this weekend, and you know what? He's still smiling. Interesting.
Is very early.
They turned the engine off, John. This isn't good. They've got brake discs up on the wall. Only 8 laps from the last time that they were in. That is way too soon. All right, I'm walking around the front of the car now. Yep, he reported a vibration earlier on. They've got full equipment. Oh no, they've got lump hammers. This is not good for the Ally Cadillac. 2 new brake discs and calipers up on the wall. They haven't even gone to work at that though. They're taking off the right rear tire now too. This is the car that is coming out of contention as this happens. They were throwing up dust earlier on. Now there's a headlamp on actually for the mechanic of right front area.
They've done their brakes. Shea, they've done their brakes. We said earlier on that this car had been throwing out dust. Kamui Kobayashi's stint in particular, we saw it, but it has been going from the front. They've overused their brakes. Now, what does this mean for the other Cadillac, Shea? That's the thing.
But, John, the brake disc is actually separated on the left front. It's supposed to be one solid piece, and instead the piece in front is sticking about 3 inches out from where it should have been.
They would have seen that when they took the wheel off. Oh, my goodness, how much brake dust coming off that left front wheel when the air hammer first went on and the hand across the face. The brake disc has gone, the rotor has gone completely, the friction part has come off from the middle part of the hub. This is not going to be an easy fix yet.
Oh, no, this isn't. But this is also a Team Never Quits. That is the Action Express organization. They've actually worn off the red Brembo that normally shines on the front. It just goes to show you how hot this thing is running. There is nothing left of the pads or the brake rotor. Wow, I've never seen a brake disc actually separate like that, John. Oh, and it's just fallen apart. Even better.
Literally, the brake disc has come off its mounting, off the bell, as you would call it. The brake discs on the left front were barely, I think they were probably all right for now, but I can't see them have done an extra 2 hours. We'll keep an eye on that as Joe Bradley is at Turner Motorsport for the Little Money number 96 car, leading with Robbie Foley, and Bill Oberlin is the second driver in that car, starting his 500th race for BMW, and he has led the class, Joe.
Absolutely. Bill, congratulations on the 500th race. You've started it. There's still a bit to go, and you guys are in contention.
We're in contention. There's some really fast cars behind us, and they seem to have slightly better pace than us, but we keep strategizing our way to the front, and we got there a few times now. Robbie's doing an amazing job. I just assume leave him in the car, let him go to the end, but I think we're going to swap out a few more times before the end. And can you imagine 500 races for BMW to take the start here in Sebring, which is so special to me? I mean, my dad won it here in 85. I won it 10 years after him in 95, 97, 98. It sure would be incredible to have this fairy tale story and try to bring home the victory tonight would be amazing.
John Eindhoff just reminded us that, can you remember when you flipped the BMW at Road Atlanta? When you got back, I was the first person that spoke to you.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, anytime you can walk away from a good one like that. So I check my body parts and I go, oh, I'm still, everything's attached. Nothing fell off, nothing's broken. And then you think, did they get that on TV? I hope they got it on TV. Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice car. We were right in the front of that race, so to sort of end it with a big backflip in Road Atlanta, it was scary, but you walk away and you do it again.
It was incredible how lucid you were and how much of the detail you remembered. It was incredible. Yeah, I just reminded that. I'm not even going to say how long ago that was, Bill.
Yeah, that was a little while ago. You know, those are easy. It's the hard, sudden stops that get you. The ones when you're like that knock you out and you wake up and you wonder, where am I? I've had a few of those. That one was easy. You did a full 360 and you hope, man, don't put my head in the dirt. Don't land on the roof, which the LMR didn't have one, right? It had a little tiny roll bar. What the heck? You walk away from it, and I just drove that car 3 weeks ago in a vintage event in Florida. It is as amazing 3 weeks ago as it was in 1999. It is so fast, it's amazing.
Brilliant. Bill, are you getting back into the car before the finish?
Yep, I think we haven't had a water bottle in a long time. The drink bag system failed a long time ago. So we're kind of just going back and forth. We can do driver changes fairly fast. So why wear the guy out for 2 hours at a time? So Robbie and I are just going back and forth, and then we'll Rochambeau for who finishes the race.
Great stuff, Bill. I'm not going to say anything more. I don't want to hex the race. Bill Oberlin, always great to talk to, isn't he?
The right front brake rotor on this 48 Ally Cadillac was fine. It was worn down a bit, but it would have made it to the end of the race. They still are changing it out of an abundance of precaution, and you can fully respect the fact that they're doing that. Word continues on the left front, but now this car is hindering the egress of the sister car, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, which is going to be pitting here in a couple of seconds' time.
Yeah, they'll put a match pair of discs and set of pads, or rotors and set of pads on. Yeah, it's you don't really want to just change one, even on your street car. There's the balance issue there as well. So you're listening to IMSA Radio live from Sebring International Raceway, coming down to the last 120 minutes. Here's a quick rundown of your top positions in our VP Racing Fuels in-race update. Alex Lynn due into the pit lane from the lead in the 02 Cadillac. We'll see him in the next lap or two. Loic Duval, 32.5 seconds behind in second place. He's not far off a pit stop either. See above comment for Pipo Durrani for Whelen Engineering and the Cadillac number 31. Stoffel Van Dorn, perhaps a couple of laps better off on fuel than the 3 cars that I've just mentioned. That's the number 60 car. Pipo Durrani into the pit lane as I speak. In LMP2, it's PR1 Matheson Motorsport by just over 1 minute and 20 seconds. LMP2, Joao Barbosa, Sean Creech Motorsport by 51 seconds. That's the number 33 Stars and Stripes car. Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing at 5 seconds from Philip Eng in second place for BMW, and another 5 back to TR3's Lamborghini, the 63. Then it's the GTD battle that we need to keep an eye on. 1.8 seconds, Robbie Foley to Giorgio Serna Giotto. That's the 96 white, red and blue BMW, and the 47 Cetilar blue and all colours of the rainbow car now. That's the Ferrari. Third, and another 4 seconds further back, the Allegra Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT3. That's your VP Racing Fuels in race update as we head towards the last 2 hours of the race, which start live on RS2 IMSA Radio right now.
It was a full service for Pipo Durrani, including a bit of rhinoplasty, a new nose for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. They did do a windshield tear-off as well, and a driver change. It's Mike Conway who's in that car now.
So into the last 2 hours of the race, Jeremy.
Yep.
And there's been a bit of bump and grind going on. Pipo Durrani and Stoffel Van Dorn got together earlier on, but that's now has to be all forgotten for everybody. It's Mike Conway that got into the 31 car. Now in the darkness, a couple of people saying, how's it got so dark so quickly? Yeah, welcome to Sebring, Florida. It's not a gentle twilight. You get to the sort of sunset, and then all of a sudden it's like flicking a switch at this time of the year. And it is dark around here, Jeremy. Yeah,
it is. Yeah, there's a little bit of lighting, but nothing significant out there. And I'm just looking at the pace now, number 02 Cadillac. I think they realise there at the Cadillac Racing, the Chip Ganassi's team, this race is under control right now. No point in doing anything dramatic. Alex Lynn has been turning consistent laps in the high 50s, low 51s. Not in the previous stint, it was Earl Bambo who was driving the car. He was doing 48s and 49s, low 48s even, and 49s. No hint of those from Alex Lynn. The gap from first to second is around about 32 seconds. It was 35 when he took over the car. So Alex Lynn is doing exactly what is required at this stage in the game. Don't press the issue at all. Just run consistent laps, turn it over. And now, inside 2 hours to go, he can get to the end with just 2 more stops.
One of them will be right now, Jeremy, as he comes into his pit box and the fuel nozzle goes in straight away. They have the passenger side door open. It looks like maybe, yep, new drinks bottle for Alex. No driver change going on, just 4 new tires, a whole lot of fuel, and some people fuel in the form of that drinks bottle.
Congratulations to Sacred Coffee Sports, setting up Sacred USA and launching it in winning style with Kevin Estrick, Michael Christensen and Richard Leeds and Jimmy Bruni yesterday in the FIA WEC. Tubbs and the team are over here. Thanks for your support of our FIA WEC coverage yesterday. Hashtag Coffee of Motorsport. The guys doing great work with their biodegradable coffee pods and some great single estate coffee as well. Under 2 hours to go. Count again some of the storylines. Jose Maria Lopez back behind the wheel of the Ally Cadillac as the 48 car goes out after that brake problem.
Yeah, it was a long stop, wasn't it, by that number 48 car. It was, how long was the stop? 643, what's that, 10 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to put that car right out of contention now, and That's disappointing for that team. They had a really good run here last year, should have been on the podium, but unfortunately a drive time infraction that dropped them outside, put them all the way to the back in DPI, and had a really, really good run going here today. I think it's awfully difficult for 3 drivers who haven't driven the car this weekend to hop into it, and I think, you know, it's the more you drive the car, the more it becomes second nature, and the harder you have to work at it. I wonder whether, because they haven't driven the car earlier this week, they had to work so much harder at the wheel of that car to get the speed out of it. They had the speed, but did they take too much out of it? Perhaps so with the brakes.
And don't forget they've got a
stop the GTD leader.
And don't forget they've got a brake-by-wire system in the Toyota as well, with electric retardation at the front, because they use the electric motor to slow the car down as well. GTD leader in the pits, and that was Robbie Foley who brought the car in. Looks like it was Bill Oberlin that jumped into that car. Single stints as they've got no drinks bottle there. Joe Bradley is in GT land with a story from Hardpoint.
I've got a great Hardpoint story. It's you know how we spend hours and hours and hours poring over data of engine revs and temperatures and gear ratios. Well, Rob Ferriol has got a fantastic app on his phone that's basically giving him human data. Rob, firstly, how does that work? That's on? You've just shown me on your phone. It's attached to your watch or something, is it?
It is, yeah. So
what does it measure exactly? What does it measure?
So it measures everything from my O2 levels in my blood, my heart rate. There's probably other things I can't remember, but it really tracks your health. I mean, it even tracks my sleep for me if I wear it at night. And ironically, I got the watch initially. It's a Garmin watch, and it does lap times. It's got a little GPS in it. It'll give me lap times while I'm in the car. But what I quickly found out, the more interesting data is what my heart rate does based on how the car's handling. And today, I'm about 30 beats per minute higher than I normally am when I'm in the car.
So just to give people an idea, normally you're in the car, what's your normal heart rate?
So normally in a stint, I'll get up to about 135 beats per minute. My last stint before I got out tonight, I was at 168.
Yeah, and I noticed that the graph is showing red when you get there. That's kind of like saying you're at a dangerous level of heart rate here.
Yeah, so that's our engineer's level for how bad the car is.
So when you come in, you show the engineer, that's what I need you to sort out. Also, you mentioned calories burned.
So calories burned, another interesting stat. So at the Rolex, across the 24 hours, I burned about 8,000 calories. Just today, and I've only done a single and a half and a double, I've burned about 5,500 calories.
Incredible. I need to get in that car. Maybe I'll fit in my suit better. Thanks, Rob.
Triple stint for Bradley. Triple stint for Bradley. Thank you. Joe, you'd burn more calories if you were sitting next to me in the car. You'd be terrified.
I'd need to do 24 hours of Sebring, though, wouldn't I?
Yeah. 365 days, mate. Me and you just driving round and round. Get back to our old fighting with Stuart Bradley with Rob Ferriol of Hardpoint. They've had a hard week. Their team had to rebuild the race car into the spare shell that they had after a bizarre incident. What looked to be a fairly incongruous run backwards into the tyre wall for Catherine Legg at turn 17. And it bent the right-hand wing support strut. And that did some damage further down to where it attaches on the mount, and that couldn't be fixed. So everything had to come out of that car and be changed into the spare car. Fortunately, they did have a spare car on the truck. But that is not the work of a moment. You're not allowed a spare car in terms of just rolling off a complete unit. So there has to be things like the engine, the gearbox, and various other component parts that gets carried across. And then it had to be scrutineered again. So that was Thursday night through to this morning. The guys working over 36 hours to get that car fixed. At the moment, that car is running. They've rewarded their team, gradually plugging away, and that car is in 9th position, and it is Catherine Legg behind the wheel of that Hardpoint 99 Porsche. Still this great battle going on in GTD Pro. Corvette, BMW, TR3, 10 seconds between those three. Corvette, BMW and Lamborghini Huracan, should I have said, 24.63 and 14. Add the 14 in there, the Vassar Sullivan car's another 7 seconds back. So that's the first 4 within 17 seconds. At IMSA Radio on Twitter, if you'd like to get in touch with us. And don't forget, Michelin post-race tech coming up. So who are the next cars to stop and from where? Racing Team Netherlands, Dylan Murray will be in from second in LMP2. They're already up on the wall, I'm being told, from the pit lane. Joao Barbosa leading LMP3 for Sean Creech Motorsport in the Stars and Stripes car. He'll be in 4 laps time. All the GT Pro guys have got about 10 laps to go, and pretty much the same for the GT cars itself. Led at the moment by Giorgio Sernaciato in that Jacob's coat of many colours Cetilar Racing Ferrari by 7 seconds from Tony Vielander in slightly more pristine AF Corse number 21 car, as Daniel Morad has rejoined for Allegra Motorsports in the Mercedes number 28. That one's going to be really interesting. They have not really deviated, but the Allegra car, so the Allegra car's just made the stop. That'll be the first car, that is the first car to start the pit stop cycle. The leader, Cetilar Racing in GTD, that'll go another couple of 3 laps. Same for Tony Vielander, and same for Daniel Juncadella in the Gilbert Colduff Mercedes. He's just going to cross the line there as well. With 2 hours to go, what are they doing lap time wise? They're doing 2-minute lap times. They're getting 20. Should have scrolled away there. 20, 23, 24 laps. That's 48 minutes. So that's very. They might be able to just do it on one more stop. Jeremy, with some, sorry, GTD, don't worry.
Oh, right, yep, cool.
Cetilar Ferrari due to come in from GTD Pro. You've got the points, I think, the official points. We said we would have a quick look at them once they were confirmed for the, it was a little while ago now, but they have been confirmed now for Michelin Endurance Challenge.
Yeah, we have the results from 8 hours, and yeah, I'd forgotten, I'd been a bit busy, so I kind of forgot about it. But interesting reading. The results have been posted a while ago. I forgot to go back to them. But in DPI, the 8-hour mark, the number 10 car took maximum points. By my reckoning, the number 10 car and the number 5 now have 20 points apiece prior to the end of this race. The number 60 car and the number 31 have 19 points. So that's 4 cars separated by 1 point in DPI. In LMP2, the maximum points there were taken by number 52, allied to their second place points at the 4-hour mark. They will now have 22 points, equal with Racing Team Netherlands on 22. In LMP3, the maximum points for Sean Creech Motorsports, number 33, that I reckon will take them within 1 point of the leading car. That's Riley Motorsports, number 74. That car is now out of the race, so it's quite likely we'll see a change of lead there in LMP3 for the Michelin Endurance Cup. In GT Pro, massive changes here. Coming into the race, the Corvette Racing number 3 was in 7th position, but having led at the 4 and 8 hour marks, they will now have 18 points to the 17 of number 9 and number 62, the 16 and number 24 BMW. Finally in GTD, it was also similarly close. Inception Racing now, having taken the maximum points at the 8-hour mark, will have 20 points to the 19 of the AF Corsa Ferrari number 21 and the 18 of Wright Motorsports in car number 16. So again, very, very close.
Let's go down to Shea Adam. There's been a bit of drama in the pit lane whilst we were documenting the situation in the Michelin Endurance Challenge.
That was a bad pit stop for the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. It looked like the right front headlight had all of a sudden gone missing. Jaws bit that car on the right front pretty hard. Richard Highstand got out and Scott Andrews got into that car. But in consulting with Brian Till, who had a better view of the left side of the car, it looked like the driver's side door wasn't closed because it had come off of its hinges. The mechanic who was trying to put the door back on the left-hand side was saying, no, no, no. They sent him anyway.
Meantime, Joe Bradley has seen the Cetilar Ferrari, the rainbow car, in and out. Joe, what was going on there?
Absolutely straightforward. Driver change, tyres, fuel. The 63 Lamborghini is in also from third place, and the TR3 Aston is in as well. Sorry, the TR3 for Lamborghini, of course. That looks straightforward. That's a driver change as well. I'm too far away to see who it was who got in, but it looks like the fueling still going on. There's a massive amount of fuel goes into these GT cars, isn't it? The GTD cars. I'm not sure that's going to be able to get 2 hours out of it though, as it pulls off and heads out.
No, Joe, but it'll be able to go on one more stop, I reckon. Anybody who's stopping around about now, that is going to be pretty tight. They're doing 20. So they're doing 2-minute plus laps in GTD, and they're doing 22 to 24 laps. Well, you know, double that. That's 48 minutes. And we've got an hour and 46 to go, so that's 60, 100. Oh, it's going to, no, they're going to have to do 2 more stops. I'll take that back. That's going to be just over 100 minutes, 105, 110, something like that. So definitely another 2 stops for those GTD cars. Shea Adam has a little more to add from her end of the pit lane. Shea?
I was able to get a better view of that 63 stop for TR3 Lamborghini. Andrea Caldarelli got out, and it looked like Mirko Bartoloti got back in to take it to the checker.
Confirmed.
Mirko is the only one of the 3 drivers in the car who's actually raced the 12 Hours of Sebring before. He did that once in 2019 when he won the race.
100%, batting 1,000. Very good. Thank you, pit lane team. Pit lane team yesterday, fueled by Sacred Coffee. And as I said, great to see them launching in the USA. So an hour and 45 minutes to go. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. This is building very nicely indeed. Mike Conway and Tom Blomqvist 10 seconds apart. Tom Blomqvist 10 seconds away from Tristan Vautier in second, and Tristan Vautier 10 seconds away. No, check that. That's entirely wrong. I'm looking at the wrong column. 7 seconds away of Mike Conway from Tom Blomqvist. 30 seconds Blomqvist from second place, and 30 seconds Tristan Vautier from the leader, Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn cruising at round about the 151, middle 151s. Jeremy, you noted that a little bit earlier on, not doing anything more than he has to do in that leading 0-2 Cadillac. They've only got 1 in the gun as far as Cadillac Racing is concerned, with the number 1 car really being out of contention from very early on. Come back out from behind the wall, didn't it? But then it went back and then it came back out. It's been doing the hokey-cokey, that car, a little bit. It is Ryan Hunter Ray behind that car that it is rolling at the moment. If you are just joining us, tale of war early on for some of the major class contenders. Andretti Autosport were out early with engine problems. There was an accident for Dragon Speed that broke the front end of that car. The Lamborghini of NTE was tapped from behind. That did the clutch. We also had problems in the LMP3 class for Milner Motorsport. That was accident damage as well at turn 17. Both of the Heart of Racing Astons were behind the wall at one stage. In fact, they were both there at once at one stage. They are both running again. We've also had the number 7 LMP3 retire as well, and that was the 47 Motorsports car. We've had an issue with the 74 Ranch car. That was the pole sitter in LMP2. Broken radiators for that car. So there has been attrition in this race. And most of the people outside of probably the top 30 have had some kind of issue, even if they have got the cars back out on the track. Maybe this is a bit of an old school Sebring this year. At the front of the field, Cadillac and Alex Lynn continue to lead. We're not going to get anywhere near the distance record, are we, Jeremy? We've had too many interventions from the safety car.
Yeah, you're right. What are we doing? 32 an hour. Yeah, it won't be that far away, actually.
You reckon?
Yeah.
What is the magic number?
The last hour, we did 2:55 to 2:87. That's 32 laps. We've got an hour and 40 remaining, so that's a third of that is, what's the third of?
That's about
2/3 of that. That's 20 laps. There's 50 laps to go.
Yeah. We're working 2:96.
Yeah. So I think we're going to be a little bit short. But I mean, like I said earlier on, it's been remarkable how this race, the distance has varied hardly at all over the last several years. The record was set last year just by 1 lap on 3:49. But the 3 times, just 1 lap fewer than that has been recorded in 2017, 19 and 20. So it's pretty remarkable. I think we're not going to quite get to it, but it's still plenty of laps. We'll be over 245, 246 laps, I would imagine, at this stage, if we don't have any more caution.
Word of another retirement from Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and this is official.
Tower Motorsport packing up their pit box. That's how you know.
John Ferrano, Louis Delatrazzi, Pinto d'Andrade, Canadian, Swiss and Portuguese. The Tower events, Tangerine and Black car will be seen no more. They've decided to have an early finish. Who is going to be on the podium? Now, from the front of the LMP3 field, Sean Creech Motorsport, the 33 Stars and Stripes cars, been in and gone. It was, Joe, was it fuel and tyres or just fuel for Joao Barbosa?
Oh, I don't know, that's a good question. I did find out that Joao Barbosa stayed in the car. They're going to do one more stop, and they're going to put their hot shot in the form of, where am I? There I am. It's going to be Malte Jacobsen. We've spoke about how quick that young Dane is, and he's the hot shot that they're putting into the finish.
Excuse me for butting in, but we've got, I think, a slow moving. Yeah, it's the Aston Martin of the number 44 car, and that's losing fluid from the front. I saw a camera with some spots on it at the exit of turn 17, and I was wondering if we were bizarrely getting some rain, but I think it's some fluid from the 44 car from the left front. I wonder if that's just clipped the wall. Certainly it's got a puncture at the front. It's running very low. It might be a suspension. He pulls into the pit lane, and this 44 car from Magnus, that's had its issues as well today at various times, but they'd been running pretty solidly for a while, and that was 8th position. It was further up than that, wasn't he?
It was, John. Yeah, it was running in the top 5 for much of the race, maybe 6 prior to this delay.
GTD leader into the pits, car 21. That's the, of course, Ferrari, of course, and Tony Villander just gotten out of the car. Not sure who drove into the car. It's a full service door for the 21 Ferrari. Comes off its jacks now. Driver being strapped in by one of the crew. But sometimes is the driver, the outgoing driver, that does that, but not in this case. Fueling still going in and frantic work going on cleaning the windscreen. Driver just strapped in, door slam. 21 back out. It's all to play for in GTD. In fact, it's all to play for in all of our classes, isn't it?
Well,
certainly is, yeah.
Yeah, DPI, like I said a little while ago, the Ganassi team, they got it covered now. All they need to do is keep it clean to the end of the race, and they will have no problem bringing home the victory if there are no full course cautions.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Ditto, Tristan Vautier in second place in car number 5 for Mustang Sampling Racing. That's the car that won here last year in very dramatic circumstances. And then Tom Blomqvist, he's a similar, there's about half a minute between each of the top 3 cars. But now Blomqvist, he's got his hands full. He's going to have Mike Conway all of a sudden is right behind him.
Magnus has exited the pit lane in their Aston Martin, but in here now, the GTD Pro leader, Corvette number 3. The rear exhaust pipes are slightly deranged, but I think that's okay. I don't think there's any damage to the diffuser. Fuel and 4 tires. It is still no driver change, though. They are saving the Spanish King for the end of this one.
Ah, beautiful timing, Shea. Well done. Duncan Tappy has been in and out for the number 22 United Autosports. Guy Smith that got in, he'll stay into the end of the race. The team very pleased with Duncan in his first LMP2 race for the team. He'll be running with them in the European Le Mans Series this year, of course. The 22 car not in with a shout, I'm afraid, today.
Well, it's only a lap off the pace.
Oh, yes, it is. I apologise, yes.
Well, lap and a bit off, perhaps. Scott Hunsaker leads in the number 52 car.
But they've all got to pick the guys ahead of him. And in fact, Josh Pearson comes in from the second place in LMP2. So they've all got to do their equivalent pit stops, Jeremy.
Correct.
So it is a bit closer than I thought there. My apologies. It's getting late.
Yeah, and there was a change of position a few laps ago. Number 29 car with Guido van der Garde aboard just overtook Kyle Tilley. That is for 3rd place in LMP2. Number 29 car is the car that is leading in the Michelin Endurance Cup. Actually, it's tied. No, it came into the weekend leading the Michelin Endurance Cup for LMP2. Now, at the moment, it's tied with number 52 car that currently leads.
Sound of race cars at night is something very special.
Change of 3rd place.
Yeah.
With Tom Blomqvist being overtaken by Mike Conway. He's certainly been charging hard lately, and he made up that gap very, very quickly over the last few laps over Tom Blomqvist. Not quite sure why that should be. And then still quite a long way back in the final run on the lead lap, car number 10. That's Ricky Taylor. He's really made, up until the last few laps, had not been making much of an impression, if at all, on the number 31 or 60. 300 laps completed by our race leader, Alex Lynn.
Ta-da.
49.2, that's the best lap he's done for quite a long time. Just to hammer things home, maybe he was getting bored doing the 50s and 51s.
So, you don't want your driver getting bored, Jeremy, do you? Losing concentration. I can't see that with...
No, pulled out an extra 2 seconds on that last lap. 34 seconds now, the lead between Alex Lynn in car number 02 and Tristan Vautier in car number 5. On board here, it's a BMW, isn't it? That's the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. Still leads the class.
Still right there, yeah.
Guess who's behind? It's Bill Oblin back at the wheel. We heard from Bill a while ago. He was going to be, single stitching with Robbie Foley. He's back at the wheel of that car. And the car that's looking to track him down is number 47 Ferrari. Guess who's at the wheel of that car?
That would be Antonio Fuoco.
That would be Antonio Fuoco.
He's been quick.
Yeah,
he's been quick. And that car's had a bit of banging around. It's got the...
Well, it hit Oblin earlier on, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Got a penalty. If not for that, they'd be leading the class by a considerable margin.
The They'd had damage before that. They have a new red door on. They've got some yellow tape over the left front fender of that car, the left front wheel arch. So, into the last 90 minutes. I mean, it looks comfortable, as you say, Jeremy, 31 seconds. But an off-track moment, somebody checking up in front of you, a puncture, could all be thrown away.
Absolutely right, John.
Even at this stage, that's the beautiful thing about endurance racing. It's never over till it's over. You don't want to have any miscalculations as the radio coming at the wrong time. Do you not come in at all? Into the pit lane for Scott Andrews for Vassar Sullivan and the Lexus. That's well up in the top half dozen in GTD. Shea Adam is watching the Pro-Am car.
As suspected, the door is not closed. The window is sitting about half an inch out from where it should be. But the problem with this car, the reason it was brought into the pit lane now, it had 0 headlights. That is not permitted by IMSA. So they put some tape on the left-hand side. It still has no headlights, though. And IMSA is saying, no, this car may not continue on the track because there's no headlights on it whatsoever. Oh, the roof lights are on, but there's still nothing from the front of the car.
Are the rear lights on that car? Because I did see a car.
Rear lights are on.
Okay.
Now we've got 1 headlight, which is the minimum mandated. So he is okay now. Yep. Johnny Knotts gives a big thumb up of approval, but before that, before he actually flipped that switch, there was no illumination from the headlight whatsoever.
Yeah, and that is the issue, Shea. Thank you for that. That if you've lost one light and then the other one goes for whatever reason, you would have to come in immediately. There's no ifs, buts or maybes in that. Scott's back out again in that car, Scott Andrews. Just looking to see what's going on with Jules Gounon in the WeatherTech Racing number 97 Mercedes. They're 3 seconds behind Jack Hawksworth in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus in 4th in GTD Pro. I'm just trying to see where they are on their fuel, because I'm having reports from people around the circuit, a few people with keen ears, who are telling me that that car, at 8 laps into its what should be a 24-25 lap stint, is lifting and coasting. So
which car?
This is Jules Gounon in the WeatherTech Mercedes. So for those that haven't heard that before, basically rather than being hard on the throttle all the way up your braking point, you lift just a little bit earlier, coast into the braking area, maybe brake a little bit later and a little bit less severely, and you're saving fuel at that point. So Jules Gounon maybe on a bit of a fuel save. He's got some 80, he's got about 30, yeah, maybe 35, 38 minutes left in that car. Where would that bring us down to? Just under an hour, about 50 minutes, 50 minutes. That's going to be close, actually, for him doing it on one more stop. So that's what I was looking for there, Jeremy. Why would he be doing that now? He's trying to extend this to be his penultimate fuel load and go for one more stop at the end. They must be looking at the people around them. And Bill Oberlin, for example, he's 13 laps in, so he's going to have two stops, not 2 full stops. Antonio Fuoco,
no, one more stop from here, isn't it? He's only been out. 96 car was in. What?
It's 13 laps in.
12 laps. Yeah, it's 13 now.
So he's got about 25 minutes, maybe to
laps. 29 laps. Sorry, for a stint.
Oh, 29. The last fews have all been 23, 24 for the GT cars.
GT cars should be able to do 28, 29.
Yeah, isn't that interesting then? 22 for Oberlin, 22 for Chettilar, 23 for Gilbert Corto,
oh, really?
28 for AF Corsa. Absolutely.
Yes, that's
so
more
and we haven't had any yellows to affect that.
We've just the GTD Pro leader just made a pit stop. That's the BMW. Philip Eng is out the wheel of that car now. That took over. It led for a couple of laps after the Corvette came onto pit lane. I think the Corvette will now go ahead again. Yes, it will, as it completes lap 279. And the BMW resumes in second place. 6.5 seconds between first and second. And that gap has been pretty consistent now for quite a long time. Number 3 ahead of the number 24. The Mirko Bertolotti Lamborghini is only another couple of seconds further back, and then about 15 seconds back to Jack Hawksworth in the Lexus car number 14 in 4th place. Behind him, and only about 3 seconds, is Jules Gounon in that Mercedes that you were talking about. And behind him is Julian Andlauer in the number 79 WeatherTech car. So the 2 WeatherTech cars, 5th and 6th at the moment. Was Andlauer a lap down? Yeah, I think Andlauer is a lap down now. Okay. Interesting.
Shea Adam is checking something out for us here. The Electra Motorsport, the number 28, which is a car, Shea, that has led its class, that Mercedes GT3, has just been down the pit lane, and you spotted it, thought it was a bit early. What's going on here?
Alternator.
Oh no, another alternator problem.
Yep. Yeah, I just went over and talked to Maxi Goetz and said, what happened? And he looked down, and then he looked back up at me, and he looked down, and then he goes, alternator. And I could feel the heartbreak for them. They were doing so well and just sneaking in, like we were talking about earlier on with Wilbur Cawthorpe.
Yeah.
And they just, you know, silently progressing. And for Allegra, it looks like the silent progression is not going to be on the podium.
Silent progression has ended. At the front of the field, pit stops in 5 laps for the leader. In a couple of laps for the 3rd place Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and again 5, maybe 6 laps for the JDC Miller Motorsports, the Mustang sampling car, and the Meyershank Racing Tom Blomqvist car as well. Ricky Taylor with probably 6 laps to go. So they're all, again, very close, but very close here could make a difference.
Yeah.
Mechanical black flag for the number 12 car. That's interesting.
Is that the one that has
Is that the one that didn't have the lights on? Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's the Vassar Sullivan Lexus, of course. Yes, it is.
Yeah, the GTD car, not the GTD Pro car.
Correct. So that I'm suspecting then exactly what we said was the danger, Jeremy, has happened, and the light has gone out into the pit lane. The 52 from the lead of LMP2. 6th overall for Scott Huffaker, the wins. PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. This guy was on pole position. Ben Keating put it there. Scott Huffaker out. And a replacement set of tyres. Core Autosport telling us that they have fixed a broken steering rack, and Colin Brown's gone back out again in the 54 car. They've had their fair share of problems. They've had their fair share and everybody else's as well, haven't they?
Fair comment.
There's a few teams that'll be having a tail of war from this weekend. The true spirit of endurance is getting the car fixed and getting it back out, even when you know you've no chance of a decent result. But again, if you are a full season entrant, either to the whole series or to the Michelin Endurance Cup, you want to try and get some points. Well, there's no more cup points until the end, so you'd have to be in the top positions. But if you're a full season IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship entrant, we've seen major positions in championships being determined by just a couple of lights, just spots of light around Sebring at various parts close to the apeces of the corners, but otherwise darkness on the track. Looks like a whole swarm of fireflies on the infield where all the spectators have gathered as we come down to 83 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindorf in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. It's Rob Lomas up in London getting us to the world on IMSA Radio. I think there's a few teams here looking very carefully at the fuel mileage. Let's keep an eye on what's going on at the top of the field as well. That lead that was just over 30 seconds for Alex Lin's down to 25. Don't read too much into that. 51 flat for Alex last time around. He'll be taking no chances in traffic. He's just gone through the hairpin at turn 7. Tristan Vautier chasing him down. Question mark. 149.3 for Tristan in the Mustang sampling car. 150.0 for Mike Conway. Tom Blomqvist is motoring along. 149.4. He's only 4 seconds away at the moment in the Mershank Racing Acura from a podium spot. So fastest man in the top 4 last time around, Tristan Vautier in 2nd position.
Battle for 2nd position now in GTD Pro, with the BMW of Philipp Eng coming under increasing pressure now from Mirko Bertolotti, the number 63 Lamborghini. And then they pulled their fair way ahead of Jack Hawksworth, who's doing a solid job in the Lexus in 4th position. And then Jules Gounon, who's lurking only 3 seconds or so behind in that 5th position in the class. And those are the only cars on the lead lap in GTD Pro. They're about Gugnon's about a minute and change ahead of the sister WeatherTech car, but of course that's the Porsche. And that's the car, isn't it, with which Cooper McNeil is going to be scoring points this weekend.
Correct. Absolutely right. Julian Andlau may be trying to stretch his fuel just a little bit. So Alex Lin, I reckon, due in either this time by or the next time by. That will leave him either 60, well, under 80 minutes. Right. Which we know he can do with one more stop. Yep. So it's 1 or 2 laps, it doesn't really matter. That means that Alex has done his job, Jeremy, and he's got that car into the window for one more stop after the next stop he makes.
Yeah, and here is Mike Conway into the pits on lap 307. He's got just over.
Yeah, he'll be fine by the time he leaves, won't he? Because he's doing 22 lap stint. Shea Adam is watching Mike Conway in that red and white Whelen Engineering car.
Tend to stretch it a bit lately.
Well, if you want to know the faith that this team has in their drivers, Mike Conway is getting out of the car. There's 4 new Michelins going on, a whole lot of fuel, a windshield tear-off, and Pippo Durrani is not getting in. It's Tristan Nunez, the new boy to the team, who's expected to take this one to the checkered flag. Very big confidence they have in Tristan, and it's being rewarded right now. He's going to go out there and give it his all. Also into the pit lane, the 48 Ally Racing Cadillac. That will be fuel, tires, no driver change there. That's the sound of Tristan taking the Cadillac back out. And Jose Maria Lopez, it looks like, will take this one to the checkered flag. You guys were talking about Alex Lindu in. I do not see anybody standing up on Chip Ganassi's wall. They're not coming in just quite yet.
He's starting his 22nd lap.
Yeah, probably next time by.
Yeah, I think so. That car's also been lifting and coasting. According to our ears around it. Lynn's done a great job. Alex Lynn's done a great job. 22 laps last time around with an average.
Why is the BMW back in?
This is an unscheduled stop for Philipp Eng, is it? Let's scroll down.
He was only in, what, 3 or 4 laps ago?
5 laps ago. 5 laps ago. And Shea Adams saw some fluid going in there, Shea.
They had a blue bottle going into the right front of the hood of that car, just up against the windshield. But it was just a little bit of fuel and just a little bit of fluid.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? With an hour and 18 to go.
Yeah,
they've been right there all day.
They have. And that's certainly not in the game plan, I believe.
Well, that'll be ringing some alarm bells. They don't have a backup. The other car is well off the pace. So Alex Lynn in this time around, we think. Ricky Taylor.
Bjorko is caught right up with Bill Oberlin.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, just 1 second now. Last time I looked, it was 10 seconds. And that was only about 6-7 laps ago. So Bjorko is closing it quickly. Here we are.
2 seconds on the last lap, Jeremy. 2.5 in the last lap. Coming through the far side of the track at turn 10.
Turn 10 now. That's the battle for the lead.
So, who is down in... Well, Bill Oberlin is 18 laps into his stint. Antonio Fuoco was 14 laps into his stint. And Shea Adam has more news about the... Oh, there's the pass. There's the pass for the lead at turn 16. Check that at turn 14. Brilliant stuff from Fuoco. No real defence from Bill Oberlin there. That was not a Bill Oberlin that's defending. He's got something else on his mind. It's either fuel saving or there's another issue. He's drafting down the back straight to save a bit of gas.
He knows the Ferrari's faster. The Ferrari's not going for the championship this season. The Turner Motorsport BMW is. We won't be seeing that Ferrari in all the races this season. Yeah, there's no point. I mean, clearly the car was a lot faster. Bill Oberlin knew exactly what happened the last time Fuoco caught up with him at turn 3. He completely misjudged it, hit the tail end of the BMW, and the Ferrari earned itself a penalty. So, yeah, there's no point in fighting it at this stage. Clearly the Ferrari a faster car.
He said in an interview to Joe, didn't he? He said, we haven't actually got the outright pace. We are having to out-strategize people. That's the BMW in GTD that's lost the lead. The BMW that's just been in from GTD Pro, which has been battling for the lead, now drops down to 5th position with fluid having been added. Shea Adam has more details.
Many thanks to Matt Yoakum, who pointed out that the last couple of laps that they've, last couple of pit stops that they've done, they have added oil each time. Now they have a telemetry board down here for the crew to stare at, and every couple of seconds there is one labeled P gear that flashes up with a red caution symbol and 0 bar pressure. I'm wondering if maybe it's gear oil that they've been adding.
It's the gearbox pump. That is exactly what it is, and that would mean difficulty in changing gear. Necessarily the lubrication of the box, but the actuation of the paddle shift system. Into the pit lane for the leader, Alex Lynn. That has been a tremendous stint. In fact, a tremendous couple of stints. That is 23 laps as he's gone across the line, and that puts him well in the window to stop just one more time before the end of the race after this stop with Shea Adam.
He's done for the race, John. It is Alex Lynn staying in the pit lane because good luck getting Earl Bamber out of your car after saying, hey buddy, we're close to the checker and we've got a shot at the win. It's fuel, tires, windshield tear off, cleaning of the radiator actually as well, trying to pull off giant bits of rubber. They've done that, cleaned the headlights a little bit there too. I was trying to figure out what they were cleaning, that's what it was. And bringing the old Michelin back over the wall. Earl Bamber has been unleashed. I do have 2 important updates. It was a power steering pump for the 28 Allegra Mercedes. After further investigation, the team reported power steering. Yep, another one. But this is the first time that it's been a GTD car as opposed to GTD Pro. Not that it matters because they're all the same machinery.
Yeah, it's the first time that it's been a Mercedes, an AMG as well.
Yep, and the spotters are starting to report flashes of lightning in 2016.
It's funny you should say that. I'll come back to that in a moment. The top 4 have all come in. Earl Bamber is down and away and gone. Tristan Fournier in for JDC Miller Motorsports. That's the Mustang sampling car in 5th position. 21 seconds the gap as he went out of the pit lane. That came down another 3 or 4 seconds more than from when they went across the line the last time in race trim. Tom Blomqvist is in for the 60 Meyershank Racing Acura, and also in the Acura of Ricky Taylor, the number 10 Konica Minolta car. They've all done a minimum of 22 laps. So Tristan Nunez has cycled back through. Let's see where he is on the track, the number 31. That car needs a little bit of help to be back on it. He's at turn 5 at the moment, so...
0-2. Incident involving cars 13 and 0-2 under review.
Oh, didn't see that out in the darkness, Jeremy. These things sometimes do get away. The 13, of course, is the AWA LMP3 car. That's the black, one of the black and yellow cars.
It's 4th in class, but much more significant in the race overall race leader. Incident responsibility, drive-through car number 02.
There goes most of the lead. There goes most of the lead. Now this was out on the far side. It's turn 3.
Wow.
It's turn 3 again. Now that was
the outlap?
That was the outlap, Jeremy. because it had the number 2 on the side. That's Earl Bamber going down the inside, either the outlap or his first lap around. And that is a bad miscalculation by the Kiwi. He's in the pit lane already. That 23 seconds that he had on Richard Westbrook is going to come down massively. Where is the number 5 car? It'll close it up. It's not, I don't think it's going to result in a change of position, but that's going to close things.
Yeah, it is.
Up, he's gone through.
Yeah.
Westbrook's just gone through. I tell a lie. My goodness me. And there they go. There they go.
I mean,
and that's the whole ball game right there, potentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked about it a couple of hours ago. Everything completely in hand, just don't make any mistakes. And there was, I mean, man.
Porsche keys to the race, no mistakes and penalties.
Yeah, particularly when you're way out in front. There's no chance of being caught. And that's just a bizarre mistake to make. Wow.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, sorry.
I was just asking who the driver of the 13 was at the time, because if it was Lars Kern, that makes it even more uncomfortable. Lars, who's
yeah, very good.
Porsche blessed driver.
Well, he does all their fast car runs. It was Kuno Whitmer behind the wheel of the Duquesne.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been dallying around.
No. Just a misjudgment, I think.
Actually, had he? Or, well, yeah, it was slow out because he had a spin.
Coming up to 9 o'clock in the evening, coming very close to the last hour of the race. You're listening to live IMSA Racing from Sebring. It's the Sebring 12 hours, the Mobil 1 Sebring 12 hours, live on IMSA Radio.
Talk about stings in the tail. It always happens, doesn't it, at the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring.
Sebring delivers once again. That was turn 3.
So, Westy will lead this race at the completion lap 312.
So an hour and 10 minutes to go. And another change of lead, Jeremy.
25th lead change.
Has the Mustang Sapling car led before? Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, all of the cars that haven't had a problem, other than the 01 car, all of the cars that have led in DPI, all 6 of them. Wow.
Looking at the weather radar, a few storms popping up.
4.8 seconds after that penalty is the gap between first and second. We've got a battle on our hands now, and only 13 seconds further back is Tristan Nunez, and only 4 seconds behind Tristan Nunez is the number 60 car of Tom Blomqvist.
Put that another way, Jeremy, the top 4, of which only 3 can stand on the podium, are separated by just under 22 seconds.
Yes.
With 1 pit stop left for all of them.
So,
now,
wow.
Also back in the pit lane is the GTD number 12 Lexus. That headlight's been going on and off, and they're getting repeated mechanical black flags. They're going to have to do something slightly more permanent about that before it's allowed back on the circuit. Well, if you've just joined us, whether you're around the circuit, coming back after maybe a little bit of socialising or a bite to eat, if you're on Highlands Best Country 99.1 FM WWOJ, on News Talk 7:30 AM on 95.3 Sirius XM Sirius 206, or you're watching the World TV feed. This has boiled up nicely, and a moment's miscalculation makes a huge difference. Porsche keys to the race, get to the dark and be fast. And the 02 Chip Ganassi Cadillac, the Cadillac racing car, had done exactly that. Alex Lynn with a super 44-lap double stint, stretching that car's fuel to get them to be able to go to the end with just 1 more stop after he got out of the car, lifting and coasting, but keeping his pace up. And then a tiny error of judgment. Maybe just cold tyres caught out Earl Bamber.
Yeah, maybe.
On his outlap, clipping the back of the AWA prototype, spinning it around at turn 3. Again, a very easy decision for the race control to make, and I don't think anybody's going to have any complaints about the decision. They'll be disappointed that it's happened, but that is the fragility of even a lead. Remember, it was over 30 seconds before the end of Alex Lynn's stint.
Yeah, he came down to 22 because he
was lifting and coasting. He was making sure that he was saving fuel.
Yeah, did an extra lap on the fuel as well.
Correct.
I mean, no one has done. I think that's the first time anybody has done 23 laps in one stint here. So, you know, everything was absolutely perfect there. The gap had come down, as you say, from over 30 seconds. It was as high as 36. Down to 22 it was before he came in for that pit stop. But again, you know, no reason to get flustered there.
Well, it's brought 4 cars into it, really, hasn't it?
Well,
now,
yeah, and if there is a full score caution, Ricky Taylor is running in 5th place, so you're not going to count him out, are you?
Indeed. But when you consider now, there's the same gap between the top 4 as there was between first and second when Alex Lynn came into the pits, just under 22 seconds.
And each of the last 2 laps, Earl Bamber's made up a second on Richard Westbrook.
And he's now just 2.5 away. Now, this is the value, of course, of Alex Lynn having saved a bit of fuel, because that does mean Earl Bamber can run full rich and full attack to try and get this back. Drive-through penalty for the number 12 Lexus for not responding to the mechanical black flag. This is the lighting issue for that RCF. I can see race control having a sense of humour failure on that fairly quickly, actually. If that car doesn't come in, they'll just get stop scoring that car. That is a safety issue. In LMP2, Mikkel Jensen is in 6th position and leads LMP2 from Racing Team Netherlands. Handy couple of minutes on the field there. LMP3, Schwab Porter by 44 seconds from Garrett Chris for Junior 3, and they've got 7 laps on the 3rd place Performance Tech car. It's 33, 30 and 38. That's the 3 Ligiers, actually, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. GTD Pro Corvette Racing, who lead it from TR3 Racing's Lamborghini now in 2nd. 10 seconds between those 2. 3 from 63, yellow from bright green, and then the yellow and black of Jack Hawksworth and the Vassar Sullivan RCF GT. That's the 14 car. They're only 2 seconds ahead of Jules Guido for WeatherTech in the Mercedes. So that lifting and coasting from Jules Guido, that's done them no harm either, and that puts them in a decent position. They are 21 laps into their stint with just on 1 hour and 4 minutes to go. The Allegra Motorsport car, which had its... was that an alternator problem, Shea, that you told us? Oh no, that was another power steering issue, wasn't it, for that car? Apologies. So that is back from behind the wall. That car led GTD. Josh Pearson comes in from 3rd place for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. 16 years old on the 14th of February and already a class winner in the FIA WEC. He'll give up that 3rd position to Era Motorsport, but they've got a pit stop to make. So maybe 2 podia in 2 days for that young man. We have a rash of teenagers in here, 2 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old, at least that I know of, without even looking at the stats. So, Jeremy, it's all getting interesting again at the front of the field. Earl Bamber's taken another second or so. It's just under 2 seconds now. Richard Westbrook's picked up his pace. He was under 150 last time around. Top 3, in fact 4 of the top 5, all under 1 minute 50. It's starting to speed up again. This is where that fuel save from all of the drivers has helped, whether it's them in the car or they've handed it over to their teammates. They've got them a little bit closer to the end of the race, which means they can turn up the wick and go full fat to the end.
1:48.3 that time for the second place car of Earl Bamber. The gap from first to second now below 2 seconds.
Power steering pump has been replaced, confirmed for Allegra. They're going to try and go to the end for points, for a points run. Well.
Yeah, and it looks like Tristan Nunez can't match that pace in that third place car, number 31. But he is extending his advantage over the pair of Acuras that are running fourth and fifth, number 60 and 10.
He's the one who's done the most laps since he last stopped, Jeremy. He's done 9 laps. So that gives him another 13 to go. So that's 26 minutes, let's call it. That's going to take it down to 34 minutes. Yeah, that's doable.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 minutes to the last hour. Let's have a quick interview. Inception, Sean Goff with Joe Bradley.
Sean, I know you're out of contention, so that tells me you've had a bit of a tale of woe, but you were leading the race at one stage, and I was really proud of you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have battled hard to get from the back of the grid up to P1. You know, the credit to Ollie Milroy, Brendan and Jordan Pepper. They've put in a fantastic stint. You know, we unfortunately picked up a bit of an issue with refueling at one of the stints, and it meant we had to come in and shorter than we needed to do, really, and sort of put us on the back foot. It's put us out of sequence with the refueling. The guys are holding fingers crossed for a safety car to just bring us back in contention, but as things are going at the moment, it's looking like it's you know, P6, P7 is all we can really hope for, really.
It's called character building, Sean. Thanks, mate. Fight it.
Live to fight another day.
At the moment.
5th at the moment in the class for that car.
20 seconds in hand over the Magnus Aston Martin.
2022, the second event of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season. It's the 70th Mobil 1, 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. You're listening and watching live IMSA Radio and IMSA TV from trackside in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. The battle for the lead is under 1 second. It's Richard Westbrook for JDC Miller Motorsports. Their Cadillac leads from Earl Bamber in the 02 car, the black with the red rear on that car. And the last hour of racing starts right now. One more pit stop and 1 hour to go. Here's how it stands. Cadillacs 1 and 2, half a second between them. Third place Cadillac's only another 17 seconds behind, and that's Tristan Nunez in the 31 Whelen car. He might be just wondering what's going on ahead of him. 7 seconds further back, the first of the Acuras, Meyershank Racing, the winners of the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 hours at Daytona. Then Ricky Taylor is another 12 seconds further back. LMP2, comfortable lead. Well, is there anything comfortable here at Sebring this year? There's been so much drama. PR1 Matheson Motorsport, Mikkel Jensen, the 52 LMP2 car. And the battle for the lead goes down to turn number 7. With the VP Racing Fuel in-race update, it's still 1 and 2, but there's only half a Cadillac between them at the moment as they're on the far side of the circuit. Full acceleration from both of them. Down the inside, here comes Earl Bamber. That's a bold manoeuvre at turn 10, but he's got it done, and he retakes the lead. Well, that was perfectly judged by the Kiwi. He can do it. We know he can do it. Even on the bumpy side of the track, he made an absolutely perfect manoeuvre. Looked like the car had a little bit more grip and looked a little bit better underneath Earl on the brakes there, and we know that the 48 car from Ally had braking problems. Now going through turn 16, he's touched him. There's been a touch. Bamber's gone around. That was going into 16. Looked like Bamber was maybe held up for a moment. That's drama in the darkness on the far side of the circuit. Just looked as though Bamber slowed a little bit. Whether there was a car in front or not, I don't know. But Westbrook has gone through and disappeared. Drama and controversy here. Earl Bamber now spun at 16 and continued, but did he get a little push? He was going through past the Ferrari. It was the Ferrari. He hit the Ferrari as he went through. So Bamber back down to second. Now, which Ferrari was that? That must have been the... Is that the... Oh, it's the one with the green on the top of that car, Jeremy. So, or was it the car? I think that's the 21 car. Yes, it is. It's the Ferrari with the green strobe lights on the top.
Place. Well, it wasn't fourth place. Oh, second place, I beg your pardon.
It's the AF Corsa, Simon Mann, Luis Perez Companc and Tony Vilander car. So that will be being looked at, that contact. Right ahead of Bamber now is the Lamborghini Autobahn car. So what's the gap now? 5.6 seconds, he has to do it all again. Well, if the 0-2 car win it now, this will effectively be the third time they've had the race in their pockets. Earl Bamber. In comes the Cetilar Ferrari for what should be its last stop, Jeremy. 56 minutes.
Yeah, should be able to get the end from here.
And Antonio Fuoco, that's from the lead of GT Daytona. Simon Mann, I think, will go through in second place. Yes, he will. So he's gone through into the lead of the race for the moment, but he needs to make his last stop. He wasn't too badly delayed by that. Let's hope he wasn't too badly damaged either.
Bill Oblin has just made his final pit stop in number 96.
As has the Gilbert Korthoff Motorsport Daniel Juncadella car. And Simon Mann is about 6 laps away from his final stop, so he'll go deep into the race.
I think it's the number 24 BMW has just been in the pits as well again.
Yeah.
They all not particularly well there. Incident involving cars 0, 2 and 21 under review.
I tell you what, if anybody's going to get pinged for that, I'm sorry to say this, I think it's going to be Earl, because I'm not sure what Simon could have done. He stays right on the curb, and the prototype is trying to get back to the left-hand side of the road so that he can cut across. Maybe see it better from the overhead as he comes through. Simon's on the curb there.
Pretty much.
I don't see there was anything that the Ferrari driver could have done. I know exactly what Earl was doing. He was trying to swing back across to the left to open up turn 16.
Well, he's just pulled in 2 seconds on Richard Westbrook on that last lap. 48.6, 1 minute 48.6 for Earl Bamber, who, God, he's making this a lot more difficult than it needs to be, that's for sure.
Well, he's making it exciting for Tony Vilander has jumped into the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari that we were talking about there. He's now in 3rd position, but fueled to the end. The 2 cars, well, Fuoco's just been in, hasn't he? So Fuoco's fueled to the end. Bill Oberlin, I reckon, has to make...
No, he just pitted.
Oh, he has just pitted as well. Thank you. Sorry. So excited about what's going on.
A couple of laps ago, and the number 32 car's also been in 2 or 3 laps ago.
Okay. LMP3 leader in with 54 minutes to go. Joe Bradley.
This was always the schedule. João Barbosa hands that car over to Holger Jakobsen. We told him Holger earlier. He is the superstar. Oh, he stalls, pulling off the line there. The 33 Zonkrich Motorsport car gets out and on with the race. It's all down to Jakobsen now. We'll get a word with Barbosa when he gets settled, gets his helmet off and cools off a little bit.
That actually might be Tuesday, Joe, before he cools down a little bit. It's been one of those races, hasn't it? So Sebring's new catchphrase, never mind respect the bumps. How about drama in the darkness? We've had plenty of that, haven't we? Well. A couple of people saying the Ferrari looked a bit out of shape. Maybe the back wheel got on the curb, and that was what put Simon Mann across the road a little bit. I tell you what, I'm pleased I don't have to make that call in race control. It's going to be a tough one. The good news is that the Ferrari wasn't too badly affected. It just picked up the pace and carried on. That car is in contention for a podium spot, possibly even the victory. Black flag, another mechanical black flag. This time for the Aston Martin Heart of Racing 27 car. They've had a horrid race today with both of their cars. They'll want to pack up and forget this. Get all the data sheets, put them in a big pile and burn them. Get rid of all of the bad juju from this weekend. Joao Barbosa with Joe Bradley. They're in with a great shout, Joe.
Joe, you brought the car in the lead. Job done for you.
Not really. We still have quite a bit to go. The race is not over, but obviously we're in the best position possible at this moment. The car is running very good. Sean Creech Motorsport is doing an incredible job. We have a slight clutch issue, but we've been able to deal with that, and hopefully this is our last pit stop and everything runs smooth to the end.
One more pit stop for the car ahead of you, so I'm not going to say anything other than you're in great contention. Malte Jakobsen now at the wheel of the car. We've been very impressed with that driver outside of the car. What's your thoughts on him inside the car?
You should be very interested outside and inside the car. He's been doing a tremendous job. He's 18 years old, but he has a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, he's very mature for 18. Also, you mentioned no cooling in the car whatsoever on these LMP3 cars. We know how tough it is. The young man, is that the reason why you put the younger driver in?
Yeah, I mean, the way with the yellows worked out, I was scheduled to do a 2.5-hour stint inside the car, and in the position that we're in, I don't think it's worth the risk having to do an extra unscheduled pit stop. So we did it the safe way. Malte was able to relax a little bit and rest to do a slightly shorter stint at the end. So everything was going according to plan, and the team is doing all the right calls.
Pit stop for Corvette Racing for this race, even though they are only allowed 88 liters of fuel, which is 10 fewer than they had last year. 10 less. No, 10 fewer liters.
You were right the first time, 10 fewer, yeah.
Yep, see, it's at that point where I'm second guessing my grammar, John. That's where you know it's been a long day. But I'm surprised because they did not do a driver change. So this is Antonio Garcia into the end of the race off of a triple stint. That's intense. Corvette Racing looking for its first win in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring since 2017.
And that in Corvette terms is a very long time indeed. Shea Adam, they're good to the end from there. Westbrook, 13 laps into the stint, 12 laps, well 13 laps in as well for Cadillac Racing, because of course Earl came down to do that drive-through penalty. It's back down to 1.9 seconds again. A couple of tenths here, 4 tenths the last time around, 148 last time around, 148.9 by Tristan Nunez. So the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac trying to get back into contention as well here, Jeremy. He's coming towards the end, he's further towards the end of his stint by about 4 or 5 laps than the two cars he's chasing down, so he will be a bit lighter. He's starting to push on now. Remember our Porsche keys to the race. Get into the dark, have a good car and be fast. I think we can say that certainly about Earl Bamber. There have been rather too many mistakes and penalties there for that car, but he is quick. But passing Richard Westbrook when there's a win in a major sports car, any sports car, is passing Richard Westbrook with a shopping trolley down at the end of the sausage aisle is difficult enough. The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring is on the line. My goodness, that is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, just a quick note also about the Corvette. They've won 11 times over the last 18 years or whatever it is. So yeah, they win more often than not, and they're certainly looking in pretty good shape. I think right now that was the number 14 car will likely need another pit stop before
this is the Pro last Lexus, yeah.
That was just in a couple of laps ago as well, wasn't it? So I think now all the cars are good to go to the end.
In that car to the end, Jeremy.
Wow. So feather in his cap.
Yeah, very much so. That's a real vote of confidence for the young man. So under 15 minutes to go.
48.7 then for Richard Westbrook, and he's able to stabilise that gap, at least for now, over number 02 car of Earl Bamber.
Both on 48.7s, yeah, last time round.
Yeah, pit stop's coming up fairly shortly. The first car that should come onto pit lane will be number 31. That would be Tristan Nunez.
Yeah, he's about 5 laps away, so call that, what, just under 10 minutes? And that will leave them around about, well, just around about 40 minutes, maybe a little less to go to the end, which they should be able to do. Cross the line for the leader. Richard Westbrook, JDC Miller Motorsports, the Mustang sampling car, 0.8 of a second, 150.4 against 49 flat, 6/10 taken out by Earl Bamber. Rasmus Lind makes the final pit stop for the 3rd place LMP3 car from Performance Tech Motorsport. He would need something very dramatic indeed to move up from there. He's 7 laps away from second. That's Maltha Jakobsen. And he will be promoted to the lead when Garrett Christ makes his final pit stop, which he is yet to do in the Junior 3 racing car. 26 laps completed on this stint by the Junior 3 car. So will require one more stop.
To lead us together again, right on the turn.
Right, what's going to happen this time, Jeremy?
Yeah, exactly.
Should I just get the magic 8 ball out and ask that? It's. I don't know if you've ever played the old board game of Grand Prix where you rolled it, and if you got a 6, it was like you had to take an incident card. It's a bit like that at the moment, and there's traffic ahead of them. Of course there is, because it couldn't be any more dramatic. The McLaren number 59 is ahead of them. The number 9 Matt Campbell driven Pfaff Motorsports driveway Porsche is ahead of them. Round the outside for the leader, gets held up a little bit, right going on the back straight, here comes Earl Bamber, jinks to the left, then to the right, side by side, he's through, he's in the lead has changed again. And that was all down to the traffic. Richard Westbrook held up going through turn 16 onto the Alec Ullman straight, and in a blink of an eye, Earl Bamber is back through. Now we've seen this happen before, 45 minutes to go. Bamber into turn 1. Very unlucky from Richard Westbrook, but extremely incisive manoeuvre from Earl Bamber. Saw his chance, immediately assessed what was going on and went for the manoeuvre. And now Westbrook's been held up coming through, big bend through that right-hander down towards the braking area for the hotel. It was a car had gone off actually in front of, that was the 59 McLaren that had gone off, but the Pfaff Porsche was on the circuit and just held up Richard Westbrook for a moment. I think they were all trying to stay out of each other's way and play gentlemen's excuse me. There was another car that was weaving around in front that put 2 Michelins on the grass on the left-hand side. Earl Bamber would have just seen this unfolding ahead of him, and the slight delay. How did he go through? Actually, that wasn't the Pfaff Porsche, I don't think. But whoever it was has played a part in... Was it the WeatherTech car? Was it the WeatherTech 97 car? No, it was the Hardpoint car. Of course it was. It was the Hardpoint car, Heindorf, you stupid person. So it was the Hardpoint Porsche. So it was a Porsche with a 9 in it, but it was the 99 car on the circuit. Through goes Bamber completes another lap, and all of a sudden the gap's gone up to 1.6 seconds. Ricky Taylor closing in on 4th place in the battle of the Acuras. Cadillacs to the 4 at the moment, well, to the 3. Top 3, all Cadillacs up 0, 2, 5 and 31. Tristan Nunez has got the hurry up as well now, and he's got the gap between himself and 2nd place on the podium down to around about 8 seconds. Then it's 11 seconds back to Tom Blomqvist in the first of the Acuras, and now only 4.5 for Ricky Taylor.
Yeah, the last 5 laps, the gap between the 2 Acuras was 8.1 seconds, 7.1, 6.1, 5.2, and now 4.6 seconds as they cross the line with 42 minutes remaining. So that's a pit stop and a couple of laps.
Sounded like a spin somewhere out on the circuit. Meantime, the 59 McLaren has gone behind the wall. Bad news for the metallic bronze machine, and Shea Adam has pit stops in the last 42 minutes. Who's in, Shea?
First of our last stoppers at the 48 Ally Racing Cadillac. It's Jose Maria Lopez out, Kamui Kobayashi getting in. We have people up on the wall in preparation for the 5 Mustang Sampling Cadillac, and similar posture but a bit more relaxed for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. No hint whatsoever from the 02 or from either of the Acuras as to coming in.
They don't need to come in for probably another 4 laps. But whether they decide to come in the very moment that they can, and they'll just fill back to the top, or whether they do a short fill and a timed stop closer to the end. That's your choice at this point. But again, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a safety car. That's the that is the problem that you're having.
Another lap or 2, I would expect the leaders to be onto pit lane.
And that'll trigger everybody else who hasn't stopped in.
Yeah.
So Jose Maria Lopez is the first one to make his last stop, as Shea said, from the Allied Cadillac, but they're down and out because of the issues. They are 5 laps, making that 6 laps away from the lead, 5 laps away from making up a positions. Brake problems on that car. The left front brake disc, which we had seen dust coming out of it, and commented that they might be in brake trouble, and my goodness they were. Had to change both front brake discs after the left front rotor broke away from its mounting on that bolts onto the hub. So they're cruising home with Jose Maria Lopez, whose FIA WEC opening round was ended early when he clipped the number 88 Proton Porsche, damaged his car quite heavily against the tyre wall, and then tried to drive it back. He was very honest when he spoke to Joe Bradley yesterday as part of our Circuit Coffee Fuel Pit reporting for the WEC, that he miscalculated the amount of damage on the front of the car. Big accident for Jose Maria. He'll get to the end of this one, but in no better than 6th in class.
Now, Garrett Grist has just made a pit stop in the leading LMP3 car.
Yeah.
That's a Junior 3 Racing entry. 40 minutes to go from here. I think he can probably just about make it. The number 33 car, which will retake the lead here, that's going to need another stop. That was in 6 laps ago.
6 laps ago, yeah.
And I don't think, well, there isn't any way he could get to the end from there. So number 33 car, Sean Creech Motorsports, having led much of the race, at least lately, he's got to back against the wall. Shay.
Mustang Sampling Cadillac is in the pit lane. Richard Westbrook out. Tristan Vautier in for new tires and fuel. Also into the pit lane, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. It is not Tristan Nunez taking this car to the end. It is Pipo. They are also doing fuel and tires. That's the sound of the 10 Acura coming into its box. No driver change here. Ricky Taylor being trusted with this car all the way to the checkered flag. New tires on all 3 cars.
Very good. That's what we wanted to know. That was one of our Porsche keys to the race, and the tyres. Who kept a set of brand new Michelins? They all did. So there's no great advantage there. Step back from the fences here at Sebring, ladies and gentlemen. It's Pipo time. He's going to be charging. Earl Bamber stayed out last time around. That's given him a huge advantage, but of course, they'll want to get that car in before too long. Earl is coming down the Ullman Straight now towards turn 17. There, he's got his teammate sitting in behind him, riding shotgun at the moment. It's been not the best race for the 0-1 car.
0-2 surely will come in this time.
He's got to, hasn't he? Yes,
he is.
and he will do. Shea Adam, you're about to have the race leader, Earl Bamber, and the 0-2 Cadillac Racing DPI. They've had this race won 3 times, it would seem. He's been followed in by his teammate. I wonder if he's just going to ride shotgun on the back of that car to the end, Shit.
That would be smart. It is Renger van de Zande who came over to the 0-2 pit stand to say good luck the rest of the way before he got into his own Cadillac. Fuel, tires, new tires should be said. Windshield clean. Are they going to do for Earl? No, they just threw a tear off. They are almost done changing the tires. They're not putting new tires on the 0-1 though. That car firmly planted on the ground. Also into the pit lane, the 60 Meyershank Racing Acura. That is going to be doing fuel and 4 brand new sticker tires. You can hear in the background, the Cadillacs are leaving.
And Richard Westbrook is just coming into turn 17 now. So they will be running in team formation. The 0-1 having trouble getting away, but he still might get out before Richard Westbrook. Westbrook on the front straight now, flashing his headlights. Where is the 0-1 Cadillac? He's not going to be able to do it, I don't think. Westbrook goes through, and the 0-1 Cadillac is behind him, so that ploy has not paid off. Looked to me like they were trying to get the backstop in there. So through, Earl Bamber out in the lead. Second place for Tristan Vautier. So Tristan Vautier taking over the number 5 JDC Miller car from Richard Westbrook to go to the end of the race, which is 36 minutes away.
Wow, this is just fantastic. What a tremendous motor race.
Don't say what you're thinking. Do not say what you're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything. I'm just thinking it's a fantastic race, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. Proper old-fashioned.
Yeah, exactly.
21st century, old-fashioned, old-school motor race.
And exactly what you talked about, John Heinhoff, at the beginning of the show, the Porsche keys to the race. Don't make mistakes, or minimise your mistakes.
Minimise the mistakes, get to the dock and be fast. Have yourself a set of tyres and manage the traffic. Who's done it, who hasn't? Well, we've seen just about all the classes have had that as a turning point for some of the drivers. What entertainment we've had this week. Starting with the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, Kai von Berlo taking 2 victories in 2 cracking, well-judged races in the Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. We had a little bit of a bitty stop-start Michelin Pilot Challenge for the Alan J Automotive Network 120, but what a barnstorming finish. LMP2 second place into the pits for Racing Team Netherlands. Joe Bradley watching that one.
Going to take on tyres to take this car to the finish. Guido van der Garde stays in the car as we expected so. Tyres and fuel only on the 29. It's going to be chasing down for the lead, isn't it? I think he's got about, what, 90 seconds to make up? Last time I looked, it was about a 90-second lead that he was chasing down. Fuel still going in. Only needs 36 minutes of fuel or whatever it is. And I think he's going to drop out of second place there for that pit stop. But that will take him to the finish, no problem.
It's going to be very close with Jonathan Bomarito in the number 11, the second of the PR1 Matheson cars. No, he's at turn 16 now. Well, there's going to be a race on there. There is going to be a race on. Guido van der Garde is out of the pits now. Jonathan Bomarito just coming onto the back straight, so there are going to be no mistakes there for that one. Racing Team Netherlands trying to deny a 1-2 finish in LMP2 for the PR1 Matador Motorsport team. Earl Bamber, 3.2 seconds to the good from Tristan Vautier, Pimo Durrani. Stuck in traffic that time around. Didn't close down on the leaders. Tom Blomqvist, though, is only 10 seconds further back. Pretty much the top 6 are separated by 10 seconds.
Yeah, Ricky Taylor's right with him as well now. Right with Tom Blomqvist.
22 seconds for the top 5. 1.5 seconds between Blomqvist and Taylor. 6 seconds between Blomqvist and Durrani. 10 seconds between Durrani and Vautier, and 3.5 seconds between Vautier and Earl Bamber. That's 5 down to 1. P2 leader into the pit lane. That's the third place car, the Jonathan Bomarino car. So he had to make his last pit stop as well. That'll pretty much mean that the Racing Team Netherlands car will be confirmed as second place. Nobody's catching Mikkel Jensen. Keep an eye on this LMP3 battle. Malte Jakobsen is 21 seconds of a lead in LMP3, but he's only got another 13 laps in the tank, Jeremy. 13 or 14 laps.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's got 31 minutes. No,
it doesn't work. No, he's got to make another pit stop by my reckoning.
It's a short pit stop, but he can't surely...
No, just to drive down the pit lane is 25 seconds or more, and he's only got 20 seconds of a lead, and he's still... plus, he needs to take on some fuel, so...
So why would you bring him in now, Jeremy, and then set him on full attack mode? Give him more time to chase back?
I mean, it doesn't really make any difference. He's going to go flat out. He's got to go flat out in any case.
Well, let's see what his lap times are at the moment. Last time around, we know how quick that young man is. 1:58.7 against a 2:01.5 from Garrett Grist. Fastest lap of the Lamborghini Huracan TR3 racing cars race. Last time around, Mirko Bortolotti, he's trying to chase down a victory. Corvette Racing, Tonio Garcia, 13 seconds to the good in that one in GTD Pro. Jules Gounon in the Mercedes, he was fuel saving earlier on. He's now only 5 seconds behind Aaron Tielitz for Vasser Sullivan. That is for third place on that GTD Pro podium.
Yeah.
And in GTD itself, Antonio Fuoco has 37 seconds over Daniel Juncadella, and Tony Vielander is 13 seconds further back. That's Chettilar Ferrari, Gilbert Kothoff Mercedes, and the Ferrari 488 GT3, 47, 32 and 21. Robbie Foley just rejoining to go to the end of the race. Might drop behind Inception and Jordan Pepper in the number 70 car.
Ricky Taylor has target acquired, target being the other Acura of Tom Blomqvist.
That's been a good little internecine battle between the two Acuras.
Well, he's closed right in. I mean, at the beginning of the previous stint, there was 15 seconds between the number 60 and the number 10. Now, well, it's just a couple of Acura car lengths.
Michelin post-race tech to come. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. We're going to have a lot to talk about, aren't we? And maybe the final stories have not yet been written. Certainly haven't been typeset. That shows me age, doesn't it? Oh, bit of a moment there. Coming round the Jean de Bihan bends. And that was I think that was the number 10 car. That was Ricky Taylor going off track and hasn't tripped the timing sensor, but he is on the back straight. He's trying to clean up his tyres. He's going to have dropped a little bit of time there.
Tristan Vautier, good luck there. He's pulled in half a second each of the last 2 laps on Earl Bamber to Tristan Vautier in that car number 5 in second place. Boy, can they make it 2 wins in a row here at Sebring? It was against the odds one year ago.
Was it ever? So,
Pipo Derani's got nothing for them. He's
no, surprising, isn't it?
Slipping back, yeah. And in fact, he's only 4 seconds now ahead of the best of the Acuras.
And Blomqvist is taking half a second from him. So that the top 5 now.
A second and a half last time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, yes. A little bit of a drop time there from Ricky when he went off course. He was so wide that he didn't actually trip the timing loop. So it looked like he was stranded at turn 15 for a while. That wasn't the case. That was just a little misjudgment in traffic. But the top 5 separated by under 24 seconds with 28 minutes to go. Highlands Best Country, WWOJ 99.1 FM. Thank you for your airwaves this weekend. News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3 as well. And to all of our local radio partners and frequencies, we had 7:30 AM and 10:50 AM, as well as 106.3 FM. Barry Foster, the rest of the team down in Sebring, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Nobody is moving. Everybody is waiting for the end of this, and don't forget, you can get to the areas around the podium on the infield if you haven't set off there already, and I don't blame you. If you're still trackside, might be worth having a wander over there now. Chettilar Racing still leading in GTD Pro from Juncadella, for Gilbert Korthoff, from Tony Vilander, from Robbie Foley, who is still in 4th position. But there's decent gaps there.
How's he lost? Oh, he just made a pit stop.
Just made a pit stop. That was his last pit stop.
But why? He was only in 10 laps ago. 13 laps ago.
Well, the other BMW, the Pro BMW, Philip Eng, has been having to add some fluids. I wonder if that's a similar problem for Turner Motorsport.
That number 24 car's been coming in fairly regularly out of sequence.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Earl Bamber got the hurry on, 1:48.299 last time around. That's the quickest lap for a fair time, and all of a sudden he's doubled that.
Sorry, Jeremy, I can tell you what happened with the BMW. Robbie Foley had to get in because of the drive time rules regarding Bill Oberlin. Bill Oberlin was going to go over time. That's why they had to come in.
Wow. That's an uncharacteristic miscalculation there by, it's Don Salama, isn't it, who calls the strategies at Turner Motorsport. Chief engineer there is Jay O'Connell, but wow.
21 drivers have done both of the feature races this weekend, and it has been outstanding. I like Cadillac out of the running for Kamui Kobayashi. He not only competed yesterday, but he's also looking after the team at Toyota Gazoo Racing. 25.5 minutes to go. It's a shame that they had that brake problem, because they'd have been right in there as well. We would have had up 6 of the 7 early dramas for the 0-1 Cadillac. Although, once the downshift problem was fixed, and went through just about everything, that car's run pretty well. It's got a best of 1:47.629, which is right in with what the leading cars have done. A change of steering wheel eventually sorted it out. 52, Mikkel Jensen bringing it home. Pole to flag for PR1 Matheson Motorsport, question mark. Kamui Kobayashi will take a position from the overall back from them next time around, I would think. Maybe 2 laps, but it won't affect the LMP2 class status for that number 52 car. And they've got in fact they have got a lap now on Guido van der Garde. Ryan DL bringing the Aero Motorsport number 18 Orica home in 3rd. Malte Jakobsen ahead by 27 seconds. He's stretching his lead, but it's still not enough. Jakobsen with probably another 8 laps, whereas Garrett Grist can go to the end, we reckon. So that may yet change. Sean Creech Motorsport have run a decent race there. Antonio Garcia leads for Chevrolet Racing, Corvette Racing, excuse me, in the Chevrolet Corvette. He's only got 12 laps on his tyres and out of the fuel tank. So with 23 minutes to go, he should be fine. 14 laps for Mirko Bortolotti in the TR3 Racing Lamborghini. 13 laps for Aaron Telitz, given the responsibility of bringing the number 14 Lexus Vassar Sullivan car home. And Jules Guidon is doing a great job for WeatherTech Racing, the 97 Mercedes.
Yeah, that gap though has stabilised, I think, between the number 14 car of Arantidis and number 97 Mercedes of Jules Guidon.
2.5 seconds at the line last time around. VP Racing Fuels in race updates into the last knockings of this race.
Is that the Acuras?
It is the two Acuras side by side. You said they'd been together for a long time. Was that a little hip check there as they went round the leader in GTD Pro off the circuit for the number 60 MSR car, winner at the Rolex last time out?
Yep, so Ricky Taylor then on lap 338, he moves his way through into the 4th position. Better than 5th.
His next target up the road is 12 seconds up the road. He's hitting every curb.
Yeah, it cost him a little bit of time making that pass there.
As you might imagine.
Yeah.
Hello to Ken Marth. All is right with the racing world when we see action like this from Sebring. Can't disagree with that either. Hello to Elliot Lindemead. And to Andrew Martha. Earl Bamber's on tonight. Whatever the result, he's going to remember this one for a long time. He'll remember it a lot more, Andrew, if he takes the victory, because he'll feel he had it wrapped up a couple of times. And both times, minor misjudgments could have taken that away. Fortunate not to have had any damage with the 2 bits of contact in his last couple of stints. Hashtag Michelin PRT for this one. 21 minutes to go. Top 3 now separated by 13 seconds. 4 seconds between first and second, 8.5 between second and third. Tristan Fourier held up a little bit that time around and lost 2 seconds, 2 full seconds to Pipo Derani. But people will hit that traffic in a lap or two. Joe Bradley and Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Joe, well, actually, I'll go to Shea first because she's at the DPI end of things. Shea, what's the atmosphere like down there? Some worried faces?
No worried faces, just a lot of tension as people are waiting for this to finish playing out, and everybody just hoping that it stays clean.
Joe Bradley, your end of the pit lane.
Intense, isn't it? I don't interview anybody because I don't want to hex whatever's about to unfold, you know, because how many times have I gone and spoken to somebody, hey, you know, you're doing all right, you're on the podium so far, and then the next time you look and the car's in the gravel. So we tend to stay away at this stage of any race and just let it unfold. But you know what, every single pit box, and you know what, even the cars that are out of contention for the podium, it's all about the challenge of getting your car to the finish in an endurance race. And we all want to see that checkered flag, and that's the challenge in all of these teams. Everybody's tired, everybody's dirty and sweaty, and it's hard. It's really, really hard graft this, and it's beginning to show now towards, what is it, 20 minutes to go?
Spot on, Joe. 19.5 minutes to go. What a great week it's been. Thank you for being with us on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Also with our full every session coverage of the FIA WEC. And thank you very much to Porsche North America for helping us bring that to you. Also to our season-long sponsor for the partner for the WEC, Valkyrie AI Science applied to motorsport, and of course to Sacred Coffee, fueling our pit lane reports. Hashtag the coffee of motorsport. Backed up our IMSA coverage very nicely indeed through Michelin Pilot Challenge and the 2 Porsche North America Carrera Cup races presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Joe Bradley, little splash and dash there at the end for Mikkel Jensen.
Bit of an important one, wasn't it? He's leading LMP2 at the moment by Oh, I can't quite see
Couple of
the
minutes.
timing screen. Couple of minutes, yeah. He had enough time for that. Bit of a splash and dash for Mikkel Jensen. So he's done it. He's out. He's already back on the track, John. So he has reduced that margin, but not to any concerning degree.
Now, all of a sudden, Malthe Jakobsen's times have started to go out. Surely they can't wring another 18 minutes out of that car. He's already done 17 laps. Garrett Grist last time took about a second out of the lead. It's 27 seconds. That's the battle for LMP3 win, remember. And a pit stop now would put Malthe in the chase mode for Sean Creech Motorsport. They've led so much of this race. So glad we start the season at IMSA with the 2 longest races to ease us in with relaxed pace and no risk strategy. Not, says Ian McCarthy. Just brilliant. Yeah, excellent, Ian.
Good run.
Thanks for staying up for this one back in the UK, where it's coming up to 2 o'clock in the morning. There's no way anybody can go to bed while this is going on the world feed. My goodness, mate. Michelin post-race tech coming up. Porsche keys to the race now. All we know is you've got to be fast in this last 17 minutes and no mistakes. I'm going to say that again. There's no time to recover now. If there's anything wrong, there's no time to waste. You've got your last set of tyres on. All the top cars in DPI got a new set of Michelins. Now it's about managing the traffic and getting it to the checkered flag. Antonio Fuoco, I think they've got a problem with their transponder. Unless he's just been off the track. It's all getting very, very scary indeed down at Cadillac Racing Chip Ganassi. 3 seconds the lead. Tristan Vautier, another half a second out of Earl Bamber's lead that time around. 2/10 taken from Pipo Derani from Vautier. The top 3 now, remember I said it was 24 seconds a while ago, it's now down to just over 10. The top 4 now only 22 seconds with Ricky Taylor, the fastest of the top 4 last time around with a 48.3, a 50.1 for Earl Bamber. Right, Jeremy, I'll just leave this to you for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, there really has not been a dull moment, has there, throughout this 12-hour race.
It started ridiculously with drama before we even got the green flag for the Andretti racing car. They had all kinds of issues with the engine and actually only made 1 lap before they went behind the wall. We had the 0-1 Cadillac with the downshift problems. We had incident and accident that saw both Aston Martins from Heart of Racing behind the wall and dropping back. And every time we thought things were settling down, they weren't. Joe Bradley, have you dared ask the LMP3 leaders if they need fuel? This is the Sean Creech Motorsport Stars and Stripes number 33.
Of course I have. That's what I get paid for, isn't it? They reckon not.
You get paid?
Sorry, yeah, I get invoiced, don't I? Yeah, it's well worth the money, I can assure you. Being right here where I am.
Right, come on, what have they told you?
Well, they've said no. No. They've said they're fine. It's done 45 minutes, and they're good for an hour in this car.
Okay. We'll believe it when we see it.
Aaron Tielitz has got Jules Gounon right with him now. That's the battle for 3rd position in GTD Pro. Number 14 Lexus has it. And Jules Gounon now within a second in at number 97 WeatherTech Mercedes.
This has been a really good couple of this might be a triple at the end for Gounon actually, because he was doing the fuel saving earlier on to get to a position where they could get to the end on just the 1 stop. Turner Motorsport now saying, well, Turner saying we are reviewing the data and have conflicting drive time information. More to follow. But they've played it sensibly and taken Bill Oberlin out in case. Now that might have cost them a better, well, it has cost them possibly a top 3 finish. Yeah, it has. If they've had to do that and that turns out not to be true, something we'll be talking about, I'm sure, on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK, 4 o'clock here in the US over on RS1, where we had the WEC coverage earlier on this week. Shea will get all of the numbers and start crunching them. It's going to be very interesting. Not much to say from the pit lane at the moment. We're keeping our eyes such as we can on the darkness of the 3.7 mile track. Hello to Daniel Roberts, almost 2 o'clock in the morning in North Wales. Recommendations for the strong coffee? Yes, of course. Sacred Coffee. I don't think they can get it to you before the end of the race, though. They're good, but they're not that good. But they do very good mail order. And if you go onto the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective on Facebook, I'm sure at the end of this race we will have a discount code for that as well. Another car officially out of the race, so won't be going to the end. This is the Heart of Racing 23, so that's both of their cars now official retirements. Corvette Racing gathering, barely daring to move. It's like any sports, a lot of superstitions here. If you're standing up, you won't sit down. If you're sitting down, you won't stand up. Don't change that shirt. Not when we've only got 11 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and we're leading in GTD Pro. This would be Corvette's first race victory in GTD Pro, of course, the new championship this year. 8.9 seconds between their leading number 3, Antonio Garcia, and Mirko Bortolotti for TR3.
Pit stop just taking place for the 5th place car in GTD. That's the Inception McLaren, but I reckon he should have no problem in holding on to that position. It'll be Jordan Pepper that brings that number 70 car to the checkered flag, just over 10 minutes away.
Yeah, he's got Carl Marcelli behind him, but he's not in the same class, and Andy Lally's a further lap back in that number 44, Magnus Aston Martin, so I think he's spot on there. At the front of the field. 5 seconds now between first and second, 6 seconds between second and third, 3 seconds between Tom Blomqvist and Ricky Taylor, the two Acuras. That Blomqvist coming back a bit? No, it's not. It's Ricky Taylor going away. 148.3 for the leader, 149.0, 149.4. They're starting to concertina out. Earl Bamber might have timed this just nicely and still have enough performance in his Michelin tyres, which were new when they went on at the last pit stop for that car, which were 14 laps ago. Down onto the under the last 10 minutes. Oh, there's been a little bit of bumping and boring between the number 14, that's the Aaron Tillich car, and is that the WeatherTech?
Yeah, that's the battle for third place.
Third place, that was the one that you were talking about.
Yep.
And that's going down to the far side of the racetrack and through the Jean de Bihan bends, heading towards the end of the lap.
Get a bit of help into the corner there, was he?
Yeah, I think so. Bump drafting into the corners, anybody? I think so. Matthias Jakobsen has just done the fastest lap of the LMP3 race with 8 minutes 50 to go. That sort of would suggest that they're not too worried about fuel now. 1:57.357 2.5 seconds quicker than Garrett Grist, and all of a sudden it's 40 seconds between first and second. Been one of the stars of the race for me, Malcolm Jakobsen. Been some great drives. Ben Keating, absolutely extraordinary in the heat of the day. Did a double, got back out, got back in again. Very, very odd to see the struggles that all of the Aston Martins have had here as well. Talking about that in Michelin post-race tech coming up after the race. Well, the WeatherTech Mercedes is right with that Aaron Telitz-driven Lexus again, 2 front-engined cars under the Corvette crossover bridge through Big Ben down towards turn number 6. This is the last step on the GTD Pro podium.
We're going to have at least 348 laps in this race, you know.
Again?
Yes. The record is 349 last year, we talked about it, and 3 other times in the last 5 years it's been 348 laps. I think we're going to reach that. We might conceivably match the record. This is a great battle between Telitz and Gounon there. Again, the top positions in GTD Pro: Chevrolet, Lamborghini, Lexus, Mercedes, BMW and Porsche. 6 different manufacturers, and there's not much to choose between them. And just 1 lap behind this little battle is the GTD non-pro leading Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, who's pulled out now 41 seconds over the rest of the field.
He's catching them, isn't he?
Brilliant effort by the Gilbert Korthoff Motorsports team to come home, or to be running in second place. Less than 7 minutes remaining.
I think Fuoco's catching these two. He is. Now, doesn't need to go in. Final pit stop from the top cars. We'll see Shea Adam and Cadillac in the pit lane. People up on the wall. Which one is it?
It's the 48 Allied Racing Cadillac. They have a new set of tires ready to go on this car. And let's see if they do any other service besides a little bit of fuel. Just need enough to get him to the checkered flag. Kamui Kobayashi staying aboard. Of course, 4 new tires on that car. They're doing a lot of fuel, John. I'm surprised at how long they left the nozzle attached. Now it comes off. They're putting the remaining 2 Michelins on and pulling the air jack out. Kamui is free to go. Stalls it just a little bit. Manages to pull the clutch back in, though, and gets it rolling.
Lots of headlights coming down the Alec Ullman straight towards turn number 17. Second place car in the darkness, hard to see. Bright white headlights, yes, but the car is mostly black and a little bit of gold on that car, picking its way through the GT battles.
I think we're going to have a new distance record, John.
I think you might be right, Jeremy. I've just seen them go across the line with nearly 5:30 to go, and they're lapping in 1:49s at the moment. Malthies Jakobsen then reset the LMP3 fastest lap of the race, 1:57.357. What a race. What a race. 5.3 seconds the lead. 6.4 second to third. 0-2 Cadillac. 5 Cadillac in second. 31 red and white Cadillac in third. Cadillac sweeping the podium at the moment.
With this pace, Jakobsen might have enough time to come in and make a splash. He's got 38 seconds.
40 seconds now, isn't it?
Is it as much as that, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
38 seconds last time across the line.
Right, okay. I might have to refresh. Stand by. Stand by, caller.
Well, you know, it changes. It's a fluid situation. I mean, it changes in different parts of the racetrack. So, yeah, that certainly would be a major surprise. Nothing would surprise me after this race.
No, well, it's going to take me till Wednesday to work out what actually happened. 3 minutes and, well, call it 4 minutes to go. So that'll be, I mean, that's 3 laps, Jeremy, you're right.
Exactly right. Yeah.
3:46, 40.
Now.
3:45. 3:45 is the win across the line.
Yep. And next time around, we'll equal the distance record.
Wow.
And there'll be another lap after that, at least.
Record-breaking potential for the 70th Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts, John Hinoff and Jeremy Shaw. In the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, Joe Bradley and Shea Adam standing by. Will it be cheers or tears where they are? They'll have picked the teams. We're not going to say where they are. We're not going to say why they're there, but you can guess that they'll be lurking for instant reaction when the checkered flag is out, and that is 3 minutes away. The 2022 season of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship opened with the chilliest Rolex 24 Daytona of the current era, certainly. And here, it's been hot in temperatures, it's been humid, and the action has been like a furnace. 2.5 minutes to go. Bamba by 4.2 now. Down to the 10th last time around. First and second exactly the same. 149.5, 149.5. Pipo Derani, 8 seconds back in third place, but with nearly 10 seconds between himself and Ricky Taylor. Looks like third spot on the podium for Whelan Engineering. Matthew Jacobsen, his lead now down to 38 seconds. He's back in the 2 minutes again. But Sean Creech Motorsport said they can make it to the end.
Wow.
Antonio Garcia leads for Corvette Racing in GTD Pro. And it's still that great battle between Aaron Telitz and Jules Guinon for the third step on that podium. Fogo for Chettilar Racing in the battered, bruised and multicoloured Ferrari. The number 47 ahead by well over 3/4 of a minute from Gilbert Korthoff Motorsport and Daniel Juncadella. Listen to the names here. Listen to the names. Fogo, Juncadella, Vilander in that top three in GTD. Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari. Earl Bamber, New Zealander, leading from Tristan Fortier, from Pipo Derani. That's your top three overall. And that's our final VP Racing Fuel updates. The 53 car. Oh, slow car. Slow car, and it is a Lexus. Now, which car was that? Only saw it from the back, so I can't tell you which of the cars it was. If it was one headlight or two, that's how we would have seen it. I've not seen anything on the screens. I'm presuming that's the number 12 car. They've been told off a couple of times for being out on the track with the dodgy lighting. Somebody's gone very, very wide indeed as the leaders went through there. It will be white flag this time around. It is the 14. It is the 14. It's Aaron Telitz. They are going to lose that position. Jules Guinon is going on to the podium, I think. Or did he just go so wide? It says continuing slowly and off course at turn 12. White flag. Final lap. Earl Bamber will get back to that GTD, and it is Jules Guinon who's just gone through. So Guinon and WeatherTech Racing, all of that lifting and coasting has made it worthwhile, and he holds a position, but only by half a second. Telitz has recovered. Last lap, Earl Bamber.
By only about a second, actually. The 12 hours, I think, is up.
It is.
Yeah.
It is up.
It
the
was
12
really
hours
tight.
Was nearly up there by, so we've promised you that. Once again, IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship promises you 12 hours and is going to give you about 12 hours and 2 minutes of action. A change on the penultimate lap for Aaron Telitz, who's lost the position to Jules Guinon. Now the question is, has that car stopped? I think it has. Philip Eng's now been scored in fourth position. That's heartbreak for Aaron Telitz and Vassar Sullivan. Surely they've not run out of fuel on the last lap. That is something we're going to have to check. how far through their run they were. Extraordinary at the end. No, 23 laps, they should have been okay. It looked like Alex Lynn had won it for the 0-2 Cadillac of Chip Ganassi Racing. He handed it over with plenty in hand to Earl Bamber. Twice. 2 mistakes from the Kiwi, and he's fought back from both of them. And it will be the 70th running of the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring history with the distance record, and Cadillac wins. Cadillac wins in a record distance for 2022's Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring. Joe Bradley with the Chip Ganassi Cadillac team.
Congratulations, guys. Alex Lynn, Neil Yarni, don't go anywhere, Neil. You weren't even coming here a week ago. Alex, first, let me talk to you first. I can only describe it as a bit of a fist fight, the whole race.
Yeah, no, it was, but to be honest, I've got to say a big thanks to everyone in the O2 team. The car was flying all week, and we got the strategy right at the end.
Neil, before you go, you weren't even coming here last week.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago I didn't even know I would drive, now I win the race, unbelievable.
Now you've won Sebring. Alex, congratulations, I'll leave it to you, mate. See you on the podium.
Now, it is Cadillac from Cadillac from Cadillac. 6.4 seconds from JDC to the leaders, and 8 seconds further back. Whelen Engineering. Fantastic scenes as the fireworks are heading skywards. LMP2, Mikkel Jensen has won. It was Paul to the win, but it's not that easy for PR1 Mathiesen ahead of Guido van der Garde, who brings home Racing Team Netherlands. What a race for them. Second at Sebring, and they can't even get on the entry list for Le Mans. They're still just a reserve right now. And it'll be Aero Motorsport who come through third. Let's go to GTD Pro. Corvette have crossed the line. Shea Adam.
And it's a big hug to Hollywood because it's his first win as crew chief of the number 3. I'm going to try and grab Nicky Katzberg here because, Nicky, you've never even been on the podium at Sebring before. Now your first trip is a win. How good does this feel?
It feels awesome. I mean, these guys have done a fantastic job, and for us now to win it like this, so unexpected, amazing.
It was just such an incredible race the whole way through. Does that make it even better that you had to fight so hard to get the win?
Oh yeah, it does. It feels very, very good right now. We had awesome fights with some of the best drivers in the world, which is always cool. So GTD Pro, I love it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's just confirm the other winners. PR1 Mathiesen winning by about 100 seconds. The 52 car that Ben Keating did so well to put on pole position. What a weekend he has had. LMP3 Songkreis Motorsport weren't telling us porcupines. They did have enough to get to the end. And Malte Jakobsen, surely one of the drivers of the meeting, brings it home 48.5 seconds ahead of Junior 3 Racing. And in GTD, it's Chetilar Racing, the battered, bruised, and multicoloured Ferrari with the red door has won it in the end. But drama on the last lap as Aaron Tielitz has stopped out on the track. So that means Junkerteller in second, but AF Corsa up into third, and Turner Motorsport in fourth. Ben Keating with Joe Bradley. What a weekend for Ben Keating.
Ben, I'm going to see you on another podium. You were on one last night, and here you are on the top step tonight. Fantastic.
Yeah, really exciting. Such a great race. The team did a flawless job. We had no problems the entire race. Had a really quick car. I didn't do the second practice session because I didn't want to drive the LMP2 in between the Aston Martin practice and qualifying. And Scott Mickle did a ton of work with the team to get the setup right. It was just an easy car to drive, and it really showed tonight. The team did an unbelievable job. It was hot out there. It was very difficult. All 3 of the drivers are completely cooked. We might have to pour Mickle out of the car when he gets down here. But incredible day. I mean, just, all in all, just an unbelievable experience to repeat the 12 Hours of Sebring 2 years in a row.
You've had a fantastic week, Ben.
It's true.
I'll see you on the podium.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
It's a nice thing to say, isn't it? See you on the podium. Fireworks going off. What a race. What a race. And what triumph and disaster. Endurance racing can be so harsh at sometimes. Vassar Sullivan nailed on for a GTD Pro podium finish and end up down in 7th position in class, with Aaron Telitz stopping on the last lap. Absolutely extraordinary. Drama in the darkness at Sebring International Raceway for the 70th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts, and we can confirm, Jeremy, I think, a new distance record for this race. With the laps completed, a new distance record.
Yes, sorry, yes. For this configuration, anyhow.
For this configuration, yes, indeed. Earl Bamber out of the car. Bibendum is there to wait for him. Oh, magnificent stuff.
For DPI, yep.
New distance record for DPI. Thank you. History made for Earl Bamber and the rest of the team. That 02 car, fantastic. There'll be a Michelin winner's hat for the affable Kiwi as he peels off all of his bits and pieces and gets a welcome drink of water. Chetilar Racing, the car battered and bruised. That doesn't matter, Joe. It's the best looking car in the GTD Pro paddock, AM paddock rather. It's just won the race.
Absolutely. I'm going to try and get a word with Giorgio. Giorgio, congratulations.
Thank you very much, thank you. I don't have words to describe. Bello.
Well, it doesn't need many words. It was a hard-fought race in all of our classes, but none more so than the GT AM class.
Yes, this is the hardest race I never raced. It's amazing. It's really amazing. And I spoke with Roberto, my teammate, that 12 hours of Sebring is the tough race I never had. And I won this race. It's absolutely amazing, totally out of my mind.
Incredible. GT Daytona, of course, had the largest field, and you guys are on the top step of the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Giorgio Giotto there with Joe Bradley from Chetilar winning in GTD. Shea Adam has more winners.
Down here with Sean Creech Motorsport. Joao Barbosa, your second Sebring win. This one, does it feel just as sweet as the first?
It's just unbelievable work from the Sean Creech guys. Lance and Malta did a phenomenal job. Just really happy to be here, top spot with an LMP3 class. It's a huge effort from everybody. You know, we're really, really happy. We finished second Daytona. We knew we could do a little bit better, and the team just performed flawlessly, and we got the win again. So that's awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, he was keeping his powder dry early on. He didn't want to say too much. We were wondering if they could make it to the end. They did, and even took the fastest lap in class as well. Matthew Jacobsen towards the end. 1:57.3 from them in LMP2 second. Racing Team Netherlands, they got the fastest lap there with a 48.1. The third place car in DPI, the 31 Whelen Engineering car, got the fastest lap in DPI with a 47.0. In GTD Pro, it was Jules Gounon who got the wiggle on, a 201.299 and a 201.213, actually quicker than the GTD Pros. Antonio Fuoco's Chetilar racing car with the fastest GT lap, never mind GTD, proving the performance potential. Jeremy's been doing a little bit of arithmetic. What can you tell us about the points after the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring?
Well, in the overall, I think it's all. These number of points makes it really difficult for my pea brain at this, particularly this time of the evening. But I reckon it's 665 points for the number 10 team who finished fourth today. It's Ricky Taylor and Philip Albuquerque and Will Stevens. I think you got 665 to the 663 unofficially of the Meyer Shank team that won the opening round of the season. And then just 10 points behind them in third place, I reckon, will be the Cadillac car number 02. But tell you what, these numbers are so difficult to figure out. But yeah, no, I reckon that's the way. 2-point lead then for number 10 car over number 60, and 10 points farther back is number 02.
Well, people from all over the world have stayed up into the early hours of the morning to watch and listen to the international feed in the World Feed TV. Thank you all for being part of this amazing 12-hour journey for the 70th anniversary.
No, I lie. Ahead of
Sebring
all
12
with
hours.
the number 5 car.
All right, okay, so
they will lead the points.
That's the JDC Miller Motorsports Mustang sampling machine. Ty is getting ready for the podium formalities. So thank you very much indeed to all of our technical staff, both here at the circuit and, of course, at Charlotte. To all of you here at the track, and particularly to the track itself, Sebring has once again, Sebring International Raceway has played a perfect host. We will continue with post-race tech that comes up next. We'll have some more interviews and your questions. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. John Hindhaugh for Jeremy Shaw, Shea Adam and Joe Bradley. What a race, what a week. The 70th anniversary Mobil 1, 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advance Auto Parts, is won by Cadillac Racing with 351 laps, a new distance record in the DPI era. Thanks for being with us for the moment. Until post-race tech, when I've just taken a breath, we'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
The checkered flag ends the race, but not the race talk. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Post-race tech. The end of the race